Sagathakam. According to the translator, D.T. Suzuki, this section, which comes after the last and 9th chapter of the Lankavatara Sutra, consists entirely of verses. He says in a footnote that it is probable that it was added later to the text. The subjects treated are many and varied, including those that have never appeared in the text. The verses are in a most confused condition, and it is frequently quite difficult to disentangle them and give them a semblance of order. The reader may use his or her own judgment in the matter. After the title, and prior to Mahamate reciting the list of verses, there is a verse that serves as a sort of preface. It goes, "Listen to the wonderful Mahayana doctrine declared in this Lankavatara Sutra, composed into verse gems, and destroying a net of the philosophical views." At that time, Mahamati, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, said this to the Blessed One. Verse 1. From Chapter 2, Verse 1. As thou reviewest the world with thy transcendental knowledge and compassion, it is to thee like an ethereal flower, of which one cannot say whether it is born or destroyed, as the category of being and non-being is inapplicable to it. Verse 2, from Chapter 2, Verse 3. As thou reviewest the world with thy transcendental knowledge and compassion, it is to thee always like a dream, of which one cannot say whether it is permanent or destructible, as the category of being and non-being is inapplicable to it. Verse 3, from Chapter 2, Verse 2. As thou reviewest all things with thy transcendental knowledge and compassion, they are to thee like visions. They are beyond the reach of intellectual grasp, as the category of being and non-being is inapplicable to them. Verse 4, from Chapter 2, Verse 6. With thy transcendental knowledge and compassion, which are above form, thou comprehendest the egolessness of things and persons, and art thyself always clean and free from the hindrance of passion and knowledge. Verse 5, from Chapter 2, Verse 7. Thou dost not vanish in nirvana, nor is nirvana abiding in thee, for it transcends the duality of knowing and known, and of being and non-being. Verse 6, from Chapter 2, Verse 8. Those who see the Muni so serene and beyond birth and death will be cleansed of attachment, stainless both in this world and in the other. Verse 7, from Chapter 2, Verse 151. Like a mirage in the springtime, the mind is found bewildered. Animals imagine water, but there is no reality to it. Verse 8, from Chapter 2, Verse 152. Thus, the Vijnana seed is evolved, and the world comes into view. The ignorant imagine it is born, just like the dim-eyed ones perceive things in the darkness. Verse 9, from Chapter 2, Verse 178. The dhyana practicer, the dhyana, the subject for it, the destruction, the seeing of the truth, these are no more than discriminations. When this is recognized, there is emancipation. Verse 10. These individual objects are not solid realities. They rise because of imagination. As the imagination itself is empty, what is imagined is empty. Verse 11, from Chapter 2, Verse 149. The skandhas, of which the Vijnana is the fifth, resemble the reflection of the trees in water. They are to be regarded as Maya and a dream. They are so by thought construction. Make no discriminations. Verse 12, from Chapter 2, Verse 154. by regarding the world as always like a magically moving corpse, or a machine, or like a dream, or a lightning, or a cloud. The triple continuation is torn asunder, and one is emancipated. Verse 13. By wrong discrimination, the Vijnana system rises, severally as eightfold, as ninefold, like waves on the great ocean. Verse 14. The root is constantly nourished by habit energy, firmly attached to the seat. The mind moves along with an objective world as iron is drawn by the lodestone. Verse 15. The original source on which all sentient beings are dependent is beyond theorization. All doings cease and emancipation obtains. Knowing and known are transcended. Verse 16. In the samadhi known as Maya-like, one goes beyond the 10 stages of bodhisattvaship. One who is removed from thought and knowledge perceives the Mind King. Verse 17. When a turning back takes place in the mind, one abides permanently in the palace of lotus form, which is born of the realm of Maya. Verse 18. Abiding in it, one attains a life of imagelessness, and, like a many-colored jewel, performs religious deeds for all beings. Verse 19. Except for discrimination, there is neither samskrita, or things made, or asamskrita, or things not made. The ignorant hold on to them as a barren woman does to the child of her dream. What fools they are! Verse 20. Let it be known that without self-nature, unborn and empty are a personal soul, the skandha continuity, causation, the dhatus, and the notion of existence and non-existence. Verse 21. To me, teaching is an expedient, but I do not teach external signs. The ignorant, because of their attachment to existence, seize on signified and signifying. Verse 22. A knower of all things is not an all-knower, and all is not within all. The ignorant discriminate and think, I am the enlightened one in the world. But I am not enlightened, nor do I enlighten others. Verse 23, from chapter 2, verse 156. Here is nothing but thought construction and name. You seek in vain for individual signs. The skandhas are like a hairnet wherein discrimination goes on. Verse 24, from chapter 2, verse 143 and the first half of 144. Not ever being in existence, what things are there that are born? But in causation, nothing is lost. When effect-producing objects, or samskrita, are regarded as like unto a barren woman's child, or a flower in the sky, one perceives that grasping, or subject, and grasped, or object, are an error, and desists from committing the same error. There is nothing that is to be born, nor is there anything that has been born. Verse 25, from chapter 2, verse 179. I enter not into nirvana by means of being, by work of individual signs. I enter into nirvana when the vijnana which is caused by discrimination ceases. Verse 26, from chapter 2, verse 181. Like a great flood where no waves are stirred, because of its being dried up, the vijnana system in its various forms ceases to work when there is the annihilation of the monovijnana. Verse 27. These things are empty, without self-nature, and unborn, like Maya, like a dream, and their being and non-being is unobtainable. Verse 28. One self-nature or svabhava, I teach, which is removed from speculation and thought construction, which belongs to the exquisite spiritual realm of the wise, removed from the two svabhavas, that is, parikalpita and the paratantra. Verse 29. Though multitudinousness of things has no real existence as such, they appear to the intoxicated as like fireflies because of their constitutional disturbance. Likewise is the world essentially appearance. Verse 30. As Maya is manifested depending on grass, wood, and brick, though Maya itself is non-existent, so are all things essentially mere appearances. Verse 31. There is neither seizing nor seized, neither bound nor binding. All is like Maya, like a mirage, like a dream, like an affected eye. Verse 32. When the truth seeker sees the truth, devoid of discrimination and free from impurities, then he is accomplished in his contemplation. He sees me. There is no doubt. 32. When the truth seeker sees the truth devoid of discrimination and free from impurities, then he is accomplished in his contemplation. He sees me. There is no doubt. 33. In this there is nothing of thought construction. It is like a mirage in the air. Those who thus see all things see nothing whatever. 34. In causation, which governs being and non-being, things do not originate. In the triple world, the mind is perturbed. Therefore multiplicities appear. 35. The world is the same as a dream, and so are the multiplicities of things in it. The wise see property, touch, death, a world teacher, and work as of the same nature. 36. This mind is the source of the triple world. When the mind goes astray, there appears this world and that. Recognizing the world as such, as it is non-existent, a wise man does not discriminate a world. 37. The ignorant, because of their stupidity, see an objective world as taking its rise and disappearing. But he who has transcendental knowledge sees it neither rising nor disappearing. 38. Those who are always above discrimination, in conformity with truth, and removed from mind and its belongings, are in the celestial palace of Akanistha, where all evils are discarded. 39. Such attain the powers, psychic faculties, and self-control, are thoroughly adept in the samadhis, and are there in the heaven awakened to enlightenment. But the transformed ones are awakened here on earth. 40. The Buddhas appear on earth in their innumerable transformation bodies beyond calculation, and everywhere the ignorant, following them, listen to the Dharma. 41. There is one thing which is released from such conditions of existence as beginning, middle, and ending, removed from existence and non-existence, all-pervading, immovable, pure, and above multiplicity, and yet producing multiplicity. 42. There is an essence entirely covered by thought constructions, and hidden inside all that has body. Because of perversion there is Maya. Maya, however, is not the cause of perversion. 43. Even because of the mind being deluded, there is a somewhat perceived as real. Being bound up with the two svabhavas, there is the transformation of the alaya vijnana. 44. The world is no more than thought construction, and there rages an ocean of views as regards ego and things or dharma. When the world is clearly perceived as such, and there takes place a revulsion in the mind, this one is my child who is devoted to the truth of perfect knowledge. 45. Things are discriminated by the ignorant as heat, fluidity, motility, and solidity. They are, however, unrealities asserted. There is neither signified nor signifying. 46. But this body, form, and senses are made of the 8 substances. Deluded in the cage of transmigration, the ignorant thus discriminate this phenomenal world, or rupa. 47. In the intermingling of causes and conditions, the ignorant imagine the birth of all things. But as they do not understand the truth, they go astray in this abode of the triple world. 48. From chapter 2, verse 146. In all things there is no self-nature. They are mere words of people. That which is discriminated has no reality. Even nirvana is like a dream. Nothing is seen to be in transmigration, nor does anything ever enter into nirvana. 49. What is known as multiplicity seeds multiply in the mind, or citta. In what is revealed, the ignorant imagine birth and are delighted with dualism. 50. Ignorance, desire, and karma, they are the causes of mind and its belongings. As they evolve thus relatively, they are recognized by me to be paratantric. 51. When the field of mentation gets confused, they imagine that there is something real to take hold of. In this imagination there is no perfect knowledge. It is false imagination rising from delusion. 52. When bound in conditions, there evolves a mind in all beings. When released from conditions, I say, I see no mind arising. 53. When the mind, released from conditions and unsupported by thought of self, abides no longer in the body, to me there is no objective world. 54 and 55, from chapter 2, verses 147 and 148. As a king or a wealthy householder, giving his children various clay-made animals, pleases them and makes them play with the toys, but later gives them real ones, so I, making use of various forms and images of things, instruct my sons. But the limit of reality can only be realized within oneself. 56, from chapter 2, verse 99. Like waves that rise on the ocean, stirred by the wind, dancing and without interruption. 57. So the flood of the alaya vijnana is always stirred by the winds of objectivity, and goes on dancing with the various vijnana waves. 58. Because there is that which is seized and that which seizes, mind rises in all beings. There are no such signs visible in the world as are imagined by the ignorant. 59. There is the highest alaya vijnana, and again there is the alaya as thought construction. I teach suchness or tathata that is above seized and seizing. 60. Neither an ego, nor a being, nor a person exists in the skandhas. There is birth when the vijnana is born, and cessation when the vijnana ceases. 61. As a picture shows highness and lowness, while in reality there is nothing of the sort in it, so in things existent there is thingness seen as real, while there is nothing of the sort in them. 62. The visible world has always the appearance of the city of the Gandharvas, and that of Fata Morgana. It is to be regarded as such, but it does not thus exist to the transcendental wisdom of the wise. 63 and 64, from chapter 3, verses 79 and 80. That which is released from senses and measurements is neither an effect nor a cause. It has nothing to do with knowledge and that which is to be known. It is free from predicated and predicating. There is something which is nowhere to be seen by anybody as the skandhas, causation, enlightenment. Of that which is nowhere to be seen by anybody, what description can we make? 65. A proposition is established by means of conditions, reasons, and examples, such as a dream, the Gandharva's castle, fire wheel, mirage, the moon, the sun. Verses 66 through 69. By such examples as flame, hair, etc., I teach that birth is something not to be recognized really as such. The world is something imagined, empty, like a dream, or maya, which is in error. The triple world has nowhere to place itself, either within or without. It is thus homeless. Seeing that all beings are unborn, there grows a full acceptance of the truth that nothing is ever born. Kshanti anupati. He will then attain the samadhi called maya-like, the will body, the psychic faculties, the self-mastery, the various powers belonging to the mind. All things existent are unborn, empty, and without self-substance, and the delusion about them rises and ceases in accordance with conditions. Verse 70. Depending upon the mind, there appears within a mind, and without a world of individual objects. This and no other is an external world which is imagined by the ignorant. 71. This heap of bones, the Buddha image, the analysis of the elements, these are subjects of meditation. By means of mental images, good students handle the various aspects of the world. 72. Body, abode, and property are the three representations seized upon as objects. The will, the desire to hold, the discrimination of these representations are the seizing agents. 73. As long as those philosophers who get confused in their reasonings and who are unable to go beyond the realm of words distinguish the discriminating from the discriminated, so long they do not see the truth of suchness. 74. When the yogin, by means of his transcendental wisdom, understands that all things existent have no self-substance, he thus attains calmness and establishes himself in the state of no form. 75. As an object painted black is taken by the unwise to be a cock, so by the ignorant who do not know, the triple vehicle is understood in like manner. 76. There are no Shravakas, no Pratyeka Buddhas here. If, however, one recognizes the form of a Buddha, of a Shravaka, this is a transformed manifestation of the Bodhisattva, whose nature is compassion itself. 77. The triple world of existence is no more than thought construction, which is discriminated by the twofold svabhavā of imagination and relative knowledge. But when, within the mind, a turning away from the course of sense objects and the ego soul takes place, then we have the truth of suchness, or tathata. 78. The sun, the moon, the lamplight, the elements, and the gems, each functions in its own way without discrimination, and so does the Buddha's nature work on its own accord. 79. From chapter 2, verse 51. After my passing, who will be the upholder of the doctrine? How long should the teacher abide? How long should the teaching continue? 80. Things known as defiled or as pure are like hairnets, that is, wrongly perceived by the dim-eyed. They really have nothing to do with such notions as birth, abiding, and disappearance, or as eternity and non-eternity. 81. It is like a drugged man, whoever he is, who sees the world in golden colors. Though there is no gold, for him the earth has changed into gold. 82. The ignorant, thus defiled since beginningless time with the mind and what belongs to it, apprehend existing things to be really such as they appear to be, though in fact they owe their origin to Maya or a mirage. 83. One seed and no seed are of the same stamp, and one seed and all seed also. And in one mind you see multiplicity. 84. When one seed is made pure, there is a turning into a state of no seed. The sameness comes from non-discrimination. From superabundance there is birth and general confusion, from which there grows a multitude of seeds. Hence the designation all seed. 85. From chapter 2, verse 140. Nothing whatever is born or ceases to exist by reason of causation. When causation is discriminated, there is birth and cessation. 86. From chapter 3, verse 52. The triple world is no more than thought construction. There is no reality in its self-nature. By means of this thought-constructed reality, logicians go on discriminating. 87. When the self-nature of existence is understood, there is no need of keeping off the delusion. No birth is the self-nature of existence. Seeing thus, one is released. 88. From chapter 2, verse 170. Maya is not without reality, because it has something resembling it. The reality of all things is talked of in a similar manner. They are unreal, like a lightning flash, appearing and disappearing quickly, and therefore they are regarded as resembling Maya. 89. From chapter 2, verse 144. There is nothing that is to be born, nor is there anything that has been born. Even causation is not. It is because of worldly usage that things are talked of as existing. 90. From chapter 2, verse 141. It is not to keep off the idea of birth and disappearance which takes place in causation. It is to keep off the wrong imagination as to causation, which is cherished by the ignorant. 91. From chapter 3, verse 48. There is no self-nature, no thought construction, no reality, no alaya vijnana. These, indeed, are so many discriminations cherished by the ignorant, who, like a corpse, are bad logicians. 92. From chapter 2, verse 136. When those who are born of the Buddha see that the world is no more than mind itself, they will obtain a body of transformation, which has nothing to do with effect-producing works, but which is endowed with the powers, psychic faculties, and self-control. 93. When the mind is evolved, forms begin to manifest themselves. Really, if no minds, no forms. The mind is due to the accumulation of delusions since beginningless past. Then the yogin, by his transcendental wisdom, sees the world shorn of its appearances. 94. From chapter 3, verse 53. Individual form, reality, thought construction. These are only a mental disturbance. Transcending all this, my sons will walk where there is no discrimination. 95. The Gandharva's air castle, Maya, a hair circle, and a Fata Morgana. They are non-entities, yet they appear as if they were entities. The nature of an objective existence is thus to be regarded. 96. Nothing has ever been brought into existence. All that is seen before us is delusion. It is due to delusion that things are imagined to have come into existence. The ignorant are delighted with the dualism of discrimination. 97. As memory or habit energy or vasana grows in various forms, the mind is evolved like the waves. When memory is cut off, there is no evolving of mind. 98. The mind is evolved dependent upon a variety of conditions, just as a painting depends upon the wall on which it is painted. If otherwise, why is not the painting produced in the air? 99. If mind evolves at all depending on individual forms as conditions, then mind is condition-born, and the doctrine of mind only will not be held true. 100. Mind is grasped by mind. It is not a something produced by a cause. Mind is by nature pure. Memory or habit energy has no existence in mind, which is like the sky. 101. An individual mind is evolved by clinging to mind in itself. There is no visible world outside of mind itself. Therefore it is declared that mind only exists. 102. Mind, or citta, is the alaya vijnana. Manas is that which has reflection as its characteristic nature. It apprehends the various sense folds, for which reason it is called a vijnana. 103. Citta is always neutral. Manas functions in two ways. The functioning vijnana is either good or bad. 104. From chapter 2, verse 132. The gate of highest reality has nothing to do with the two forms of thought construction, subject and object. Where the imageless stands, why should we establish the triple vehicles? 105 through 109, chapter 4, verses 1 through 5. The abodes and stages of Buddhahood are established in the mind only, which is imageless. This was told, is told, and will be told by the Buddhas. The first 7 stages are still of the mind, but here the 8th is imageless. The 2 stages, the 9th and the 10th, have still something to rest themselves on. The highest stage that is left belongs to me. Self-realization and absolute purity. This stage is my own. It is the highest station of Mahasvara, and Akani is the heaven, shining brilliantly. Its rays of light move forward like a mass of fire. They who are bright-colored, charming, and auspicious transform the triple world. Some worlds are being transformed, while others have already been transformed. There I preach the various vehicles which belong to my own stage. 110. In self-realization itself, there are no time limits. It goes beyond all the realms belonging to the various stages. Transcending the measure of thought, it establishes itself as the result of discipline in the realm of no appearance. 111. That non-existence and existence is recognized, and multiplicity too, is due to the erroneous attachment of the ignorant. The error is to see multiplicity. 112. If there is non-discriminative knowledge, it is not in accord with reason to say that individual realities exist. Because of mind, there are no individual forms, and therefore we speak of non-discriminative knowledge. 113. The sense organs are to be known as Maya. The sense fields resemble a dream. Actor, act, and acting. They do not at all in reality exist. 114. From chapter 2, verse 133 and verse 176. The dhyanas, the immeasurables, and the no-form samadhis, and the thought cessation, all these are not at all found in mind only. The dhyanas, the immeasurables, the formless, the samadhis, and the complete extinction of thought These do not exist where the mind alone is. 115 from chapter 2, verse 130 and verse 177. The fruit of the stream entered, and that of the once to come, the fruit of the not to come, and arhatship, all these are due to mental perturbation. The fruit of the stream entered, and that of the once returning, and that of the never returning, and arhatship, these are the bewildered states of mind. 116 through 117 from chapter 2, verses 9 and 10. I am Mahamati, Blessed One, and am well versed in the Mahayana. I wish to ask 108 questions of thee, who art most eloquent. Hearing his words, the Buddha, the best knower of the world, looking over the whole assembly, spoke to the son of the Sugata thus. 118 from chapter 2, verse 174. The Sankha and the Vaishika philosophers teach birth from a being or from a non-being. All that are proclaimed by them are the inexplicables. 119 from chapter 2, verse 173. The four kinds of explanation are direct statement, questioning, discernment, and setting aside, whereby the philosophers are kept away. 120. According to worldly knowledge, everything exists, but in ultimate truth, none exists. In ultimate truth, indeed, one sees that all things are devoid of self-substance. Although there is no self-substance, there rises something which one perceives as objective reality. This is called worldly knowledge. 121. If things are regarded as existing by themselves, they exist because of their being so designated in words. If there were no words to designate their existence, they are not. 122. That which exists only as word and not as reality, such is not to be found even in worldly knowledge. This comes from the nature of reality being erroneously understood, for no such perception is possible. 123. If such errors were granted, it would not be possible to talk about the non-existence of self-substance. As the nature of reality is erroneously understood, there is something perceived where there is really no self-substance. All is, indeed, non-existent. 124. What is seen as multiplicity is the mind saturated with the forms of evil habits. Because of mental delusions, one clings to forms and appearances, regarding them as objective realities. 125. Discrimination is cut asunder by non-discriminating discrimination. The truth of emptiness is seen into by non-discriminating discrimination. 126. Like an elephant magically created, like golden leaves in a painting, the visible world is to the people whose minds are saturated with the forms of ignorance. 127 through 128 from chapter 2, verses 168 and 169. The wise do not see the error, nor is there any truth in its midst. If truth is in its midst, the error would be truth. If there is the rising of individual forms, apart from all error, this will indeed be error. The defiled is like darkness. 129. As a man whose eye is affected with a cataract perceives a hair circle because of his delusion, so the ignorant perceive an objective world rising with its various aspects. 130 from chapter 2, verse 150. This triple world resembles a hairnet, or water in a mirage which is agitated. It is like a dream, Maya, and by thus regarding it, one is emancipated. 131. Discrimination, that which is discriminated, and the setting up of discrimination, binding that which is bound, and its cause, these six are conditions of liberation. 132. There are no stages of bodhisattvaship, no truths, no Buddha lands, no bodies of transformation. Buddhas, Pratyeka Buddhas, Shravakas are products of imagination. 133, from Chapter 2, verse 139. The personal soul, continuity, the skandhas, causation, atoms, the Supreme Spirit, the ruler, the Creator, they are discriminations in the mind only. 134. Mind is all. It is found everywhere and in every body. It is by the evil-minded that multiplicity is recognized. There are no recognizable marks where mind only is. 135 through 137, from Chapter 3, verses 35, 36, and 37. The ego soul is not with the skandhas, nor are the skandhas in the ego soul. They are not as they are discriminated, nor are they otherwise. The reality of objects is seen being discriminated by the ignorant. If it were so as they are seen, all would be seeing the truth. As all things are unreal, there is neither defilement nor purity. Things are not as they are seen, nor are they otherwise. 138. The constructing of appearances created by delusion is the characteristic mark of dependence knowledge. The giving of names to these appearances, regarding them as real individual existences, is characteristic of the imagination. 139. When the constructing of appearances and names, which come from the union of conditions and realities, no more takes place, we have the characteristic mark of perfected knowledge. 140. The world is everywhere filled with Buddhas of maturity, Buddhas of transformation, beings, bodhisattvas, and Buddha lands. 141. The issuing Buddhas, Dharma Buddhas, transformation Buddhas, and those that appear transformed, they all come from Amitabha's land of bliss. 142. What is uttered by Buddhas of transformation, and what is uttered by Buddhas of maturity, constitute the doctrine fully developed in the sutras, whose secret meaning you should know. 143. What is uttered by the bodhisattvas, and what is uttered by the teachers, they are both what is uttered by the Buddhas of transformation, and not by the Buddhas of maturity. 144. All these individual objects or dharmas have never been born, but they are not exactly non-existent either. They resemble the Gandharva's castle, a dream, and magical creations. 145. Mind is set in motion in various ways, and mind is liberated. Mind rises in no other way, and mind thus ceases. 146. The mind of all beings is that which perceives something like objective reality, and this mind is the product of imagination. In mind only there is no objective world. When one is released from discrimination, there is liberation. 147. Brought together by the evil habit of erroneous reasoning, discrimination asserts itself. Hence the evolution of this fallacious world. 148. Relative knowledge, or vijnana, takes place where there is something resembling an external world. Transcendental knowledge, or jnana, belongs to the realm of suchness. When a turning back, or paravritti, takes place, there is a state of imagelessness, which is the realm of the wise. 149, from Chapter 2, verse 161. There are the dhyana for the examination of meaning, the dhyana practiced by the ignorant, the dhyana with tathata for its object, and the pure dhyana of the Tathagata. 150. By reason of false imagination, or parikalpita, all things existent are declared unborn. As people take refuge in relative knowledge or paritantra, they get confused in their discriminations. 151. When relative knowledge is purified by keeping itself aloof from discrimination and detached from imagination, there is a turning back to the abode of suchness. 152. Do not discriminate discrimination. There is no truth in discrimination. This world of delusion is discriminated as to what is perceived and that which perceives, but in reality there is no such dualism in it. It is an error to recognize an external world. The conception of self-substance is due to imagination. Imagining by this imagination, self-substance is conceived to rise by the conditions of origination. An external world is recognized in distortion. There is in fact no such external world, but just the mind. 154. To those who see the world clearly and properly, the separation between that which perceives and that which is perceived ceases. There is no external world as is discriminated by the ignorant. 155. When the mind is agitated by habit energy or memory, there arises what appears to be an external world. When the dualistic imagination ceases, there grows transcendental knowledge, or jnana, the realm of suchness, the realm of the wise, which is free from appearances and beyond thought. 156. From Chapter 2, verse 134, and Chapter 6, verse 3. Form, name, and discrimination correspond to the two forms of svabhava, and right knowledge and suchness correspond to the perfect knowledge aspect. As the ignorant grasp the fingertip and not the moon, so those who cling to the letter know not my truth. 157. From the union of mother and father, the alaya gets connected with manas. Like a rat in a pot of ghee, the red together with the white grows up. 158. Through the stages of pesi, ghana, and arbuda, the boil grows, an unclean mass bearing a variety of karma. Nourished by the wind of karma and the four elements, it comes to maturity like a fruit. 159. The five, and the five. And the sores are 9. Nails, teeth, and hair are supplied. When ready to spring forth, it is born. 160. When the baby is just born, it is like a worm growing in the dung. The eye begins to distinguish forms, and discrimination goes on increasing. 161. With knowledge gained by discrimination, human speech is produced from the combination of the palate, lips, and cavity, and discrimination goes on like a parrot. 162. Philosophical doctrines are definite, but the Mahayana, or Great Vehicle, is not definite. It is set in motion by the thoughts of beings. It is not an abode for those who see wrongly. The vehicle realized within my own inner self is not the realm that can be reached by dialecticians. 163 through 164. After the passing of the teacher, pray tell me who will be the bearer of the Mahayana. O Mahamati, thou shouldest know that there will be one who bears the Dharma when some time is passed after the Sugata's entrance into Nirvana. 165. In Vaidali, in the southern part, a bhikshu most illustrious and distinguished will be born. His name is Laṅkāvatāra. He is the destroyer of the one-sided views based on being and non-being. 166. He will declare my vehicle, the unsurpassed Mahayana, to the world. Attaining the stage of joy, he will go to the land of bliss. 167. From Chapter 2, verse 175. When the self-nature of all things is examined by knowledge, it is beyond reach. Therefore they are without self-nature and unattainable. 168. In the realm of conditional origination, there is and there is not do not take place. Those who imagine something real in the midst of conditional origination say, there is and there is not. But these philosophical views are far away from my teaching. 169. The giving names to all things existent has always been going on for hundreds of generations past. This has been repeated, is repeated constantly. An endless mutual discrimination is thus taking place. 170. If this designating does not take place, the whole world falls into confusion. Thus, names are established in order to get rid of confusion. 171. Things existent are discriminated by the ignorant in the threefold form of discrimination. There is delusion from discriminating names, from conditional origination, and from the notion of being born. 172. The philosophers argue that the primary elements are unborn and, like the sky, are imperishable. But in reality, there are no individual self-substances, and the notion itself belongs to discrimination. 173. Individual existences are appearances, images, like Maya, a mirage, a dream, a wheel made by a revolving firebrand, the Gandharva's castle, an echo. They are all born in the same manner. 174. Non-duality, suchness, emptiness, ultimate limit, essence or dharmata, non-discrimination, all these I teach as belonging to the aspect of perfected knowledge, or parinishpana. 175. Language belongs to the realm of thought. The truth becomes thus wrongly represented. Transcendental knowledge, or prajna, being discriminated by thought, falls into a duality. Therefore, transcendental knowledge is something not imagined. 176 to 177, from Chapter 3, verses 9 and 10. As far as the duality of being and non-being extends, there is the realm of intellection. When this realm vanishes, intellection completely ceases. When the external world is not grasped as real, there is neither causation nor reality. There is the essence of suchness, or tathata, which is the spiritual realm of the wise. 178. The whole existence is not perceived by the ignorant as it is perceived by the wise. The whole existence as it is perceived by the wise has no marks of individuation. 179. As a spurious necklace, not of gold though looking like it, is imagined by the ignorant to be of genuine gold, so are all things imagined by those who reason wrongly. 180. From Chapter 3, verse 11. Those who believe in the birth of something that has never been in existence, and, coming to exist, finally vanishes away, which leads them to assert that things come to exist, things pass away according to causation, such people have no foothold in my teaching. 181. Things have no beginning, no end. They are abiding in the aspect of reality. There is no creator, nothing doing in the world, but the logicians do not understand. 182. Whatever things there are thought to have been in existence in the past, to come into existence in the future, or to be in existence at present, all such are unborn. 183 to 184, from Chapter 3, verses 44 and 45. The transformation of the form in time, and the embracing of the soul in the elements and sense organs, which is in its middle way existence, they who thus imagine the birth of a child are not wise men. The Buddhists do not discriminate the world as subject to the chain of origination, but they regard the causation which rules this world as something like the city of the Gandharvas. 185. This world is just a sign indicative of reality, or dharmata. Apart from the sign, nothing is produced, nothing is destroyed. 186 to 187, from Chapter 2, verses 159 and 160. In a mirror, in water, in an eye, in a vessel, and on a gem, images are seen. But in them there are no images, that is, realities, anywhere to take hold of. Like a mirage in the air, so is a variety of things mere appearance. They are seen in diversity of forms, but are like a child in a barren woman's dream. 188 to 189, from Chapter 3, verses 1 and 2. My Mahayana is neither a vehicle, nor a sound, nor words. It is neither the truth, nor emancipation, nor the realm of imagelessness. Yet the Mahayana is a vehicle on which the samadhis are carried, leading to various creative activities. The several forms of the will body are adorned with the flowers of the sovereign will. 190. Existence, in its conditional relations, cannot be described as unity or diversity. It is just in a general way of speaking that there is birth, cessation, and destruction. 191. Emptiness unborn is one thing. Emptiness born is another. Emptiness unborn is the better, because emptiness born leads to destruction. 192. Suchness, emptiness, the limit, nirvana, and the dharmadhatu, the various will-made bodies, these I point out as synonymous. 193. Those who discriminate purity according to the sutras, vinayas, and abhidharmas follow books and not the inner meaning. They are not established in egolessness. 194 to 196, from Chapter 3, verses 12 through 14. It is not by the philosophers, not by the Buddhas, not by myself, not by anybody else, but by causation that being obtains. How can one talk of non-being? When being obtains by causation, who can bring about non-being? By reason of the wrong views based on the doctrine of birth, being and non-being are discriminated. When it is realized that there is nothing born, nothing passing away, there is no way to admit its being and non-being. The world is to be regarded as quiescent. 197. The visible world is likened to the hare's horns as long as all beings go on discriminating. Those who discriminate are deluded, just like a deer running after a mirage. 198. By clinging to discrimination, more discrimination goes on. When the cause of discrimination is put away, one is disengaged therefrom. 199 to 200, from Chapter 3, verses 54 and 55. As in a mirage in the air, the thought of water is cherished where there is no water. So things are seen by the ignorant, otherwise than by the wise. The insight of the wise, who move about in the realm of imagelessness, is pure, is born of the triple emancipation, is released from birth and destruction. 201. Transcendental knowledge is deep, exalted, far-reaching, and perceives all the Buddha countries. This I teach for the sons of the victorious one. For the Shravakas I teach transitoriness. 202. The triple existence is transitory, empty, devoid of the ego and what belongs to it. Thus I teach the doctrine of generality to the Shravakas. 203. Not to be attached to anything existent, truly knowing what the truth of solitude is to walk all alone. The fruit of Pratyeka Buddhahood, which is above speculation, is what I teach. 204. External objects are imagined. Those endowed with corporeality are dependent on relative knowledge. Being deluded, they see not themselves. Therefore, a mind is evolved. 205 to 206, from chapter 4, verses 6 and 7. But from the absolute point of view, the 10th is the first, and the first is the 8th, and the 9th is the 7th, and the 7th is the 8th, and the 2nd is the 3rd, and the 4th is the 5th, and the 3rd is the 6th. What gradation is there where imagelessness prevails? 207 and 208, from chapter 3, verses 56 and 57. Where all things are wiped away, even a state of imagelessness ceases to exist for the yogins. In the sameness of existence and non-existence, the fruit of wisdom is born to the wise. How does existence cease to exist? How does sameness take place? When the mind fails to understand the truth, there is disturbance inside, outside, and in the middle. With the cessation of the disturbance, the mind sees the sameness. 209, from chapter 2, verse 153. Since beginningless time, the ignorant are found transmigrating through the paths and wrapped in their attachment to existence. By regarding the world as always like a magically moving corpse, or a machine, or like a dream, or a lightning, or a cloud, the triple continuation is torn asunder, and one is emancipated. 210, from chapter 2, verse 150. This triple world resembles a hairnet, or water in a mirage which is agitated. It is like a dream, Maya, and by thus regarding it, one is emancipated. 183 to 184, from chapter 3, verses 44 and 45. The transformation of the form in time, and the embracing of the soul in the elements and sense organs, which is in its middle way existence, they who thus imagine the birth of a child are not wise men. The Buddhas do not discriminate the world as subject to the chain of origination, but they regard the causation which rules this world as something like the city of the Gandharvas. 185. This world is just a sign indicative of reality, or dharmata. Apart from the sign, nothing is produced, nothing is destroyed. 186 to 187, from chapter 2, verses 159 and 160. In a mirror, in water, in an eye, in a vessel, and on a gem, images are seen. But in them there are no images, that is, realities, anywhere to take hold of. Like a mirage in the air, so is a variety of things mere appearance. They are seen in diversity of forms, but are like a child in a barren woman's dream. 188 to 189, from chapter 3, verses 1 and 2. My Mahayana is neither a vehicle, nor a sound, nor words. It is neither the truth, nor emancipation, nor the realm of imagelessness. Yet the Mahayana is a vehicle on which the samadhis are carried, leading to various creative activities. The several forms of the will body are adorned with the flowers of the sovereign will. 190. Existence, in its conditional relations, cannot be described as unity or diversity. It is just in a general way of speaking that there is birth, cessation, and destruction. 191. Emptiness unborn is one thing. Emptiness born is another. Emptiness unborn is the better, because emptiness born leads to destruction. 192. Suchness, emptiness, the limit, nirvana, and the dharmadhatu, the various will-made bodies. These I point out as synonymous. 193. Those who discriminate purity according to the sutras, Vinayas, and Abhidharmas follow books and not the inner meaning. They are not established in egolessness. 194 to 196, from Chapter 3, verses 12 through 14. It is not by the philosophers, not by the Buddhas, not by myself, not by anybody else, but by causation that being obtains. How can one talk of non-being? When being obtains by causation, who can bring about non-being? By reason of the wrong views based on the doctrine of birth, being and non-being are discriminated. When it is realized that there is nothing born, nothing passing away, there is no way to admit its being and non-being. The world is to be regarded as quiescent. 197. The visible world is likened to the hare's horns as long as all beings go on discriminating. Those who discriminate are deluded, just like a deer running after a mirage. 198. By clinging to discrimination, more discrimination goes on. When the cause of discrimination is put away, one is disengaged therefrom. 199 to 200, from Chapter 3, verses 54 and 55. As in a mirage in the air, the thought of water is cherished where there is no water. So things are seen by the ignorant, otherwise than by the wise. The insight of the wise, who move about in the realm of imagelessness, is pure, is born of the triple emancipation, is released from birth and destruction. 201. Transcendental knowledge is deep, exalted, far-reaching, and perceives all the Buddha countries. This I teach for the sons of the victorious one. For the Shravakas I teach transitoriness. 202. The triple existence is transitory, empty, devoid of the ego and what belongs to it. Thus I teach the doctrine of generality to the Shravakas. 203. Not to be attached to anything existent, truly knowing what the truth of solitude is to walk all alone. The fruit of Pratyeka Buddhahood, which is above speculation, is what I teach. 204. External objects are imagined. Those endowed with corporeality are dependent on relative knowledge. Being deluded, they see not themselves. Therefore, a mind is evolved. 205 to 206, from Chapter 4, verses 6 and 7. But from the absolute point of view, the 10th is the first, and the first is the 8th, and the 9th is the 7th, and the 7th is the 8th, and the 2nd is the 3rd, and the 4th is the 5th, and the 3rd is the 6th. What gradation is there where imagelessness prevails? 207 and 208, from Chapter 3, verses 56 and 57. Where all things are wiped away, even a state of imagelessness ceases to exist for the yogins. In the sameness of existence and non-existence, the fruit of wisdom is born to the wise. How does existence cease to exist? How does sameness take place? When the mind fails to understand the truth, there is disturbance inside, outside, and in the middle. With the cessation of the disturbance, the mind sees the sameness. 209, from Chapter 2, verse 153. Since beginningless time, the ignorant are found transmigrating through the paths and wrapped in their attachment to existence. By regarding the world as always like a magically moving corpse, or a machine, or like a dream, or a lightning, or a cloud, the triple continuation is torn asunder, and one is emancipated. 210, from Chapter 2, verse 150. This triple world resembles a hairnet, or water in a mirage which is agitated. It is like a dream, Maya, and by thus regarding it, one is emancipated. Verse 211. There are 4 psychic powers: that which comes from the maturing of the disciplinary exercises, that which comes from the sustaining power of the Buddhas, that which rises from entering into the various paths of living beings, and that which is obtained in a dream. 212. The psychic power which is obtained in a dream, that which comes from the power of the Buddhas, and that which has its birth by entering the various paths of beings, these powers are not born of the maturing of the disciplinary exercises. 213. The mind being influenced by habit energy, there rises a something resembling real existence. As the ignorant do not understand, it is said that there is the birth of realities. 214. As long as external objects are discriminated as possessing individual marks, the mind is confused, being unable to see its own delusion. 215. Why is birth spoken of? Why is not the perceived world spoken of? When the perceived world, which has no existence, is yet perceived as existing, what is that which is spoken of? To whom is it, and why? 216. The citta in its essence is thoroughly pure. The manas is defiled, and the manas is with the vijnanas. Habit energy is always casting out its seeds. 217. The alaya is released from the body. The manas solicits the various paths of existence. The vijnana is deluded with something resembling an objective world, and perceiving it is befooled. 218. What is seen is one's own mind. An objective world exists not. When one thus perceives that existence is an error, one even gets into suchness. 219. The spiritual realm attained by dhyana devotees, karma, and the exalted state of the Buddhas, these 3 are beyond thought. They belong to the vijnana realm that surpasses thought. 220. The past and the future, nirvana, a personal ego, space, words, of these I talk because of worldly convention. But ultimately, reality is beyond the letter. 221. The 2 vehicles and the philosophers are one in their dependence on wrong views. They are confused in regard to mind only, and imagine an external existence. 222. The enlightenment attained by the Pratyeka Buddhas, Buddhahood, Arhatship, and the seeing of the Buddhas, these are the secret seeds that grow in enlightenment. But it is accomplished in a dream. 223. Maya, citta or mind, intelligence, tranquility, the dualism of being and non-being. Where are these teachings? For whom? Whence? Wherefore? And of what signification? Pray, tell me. 224. I teach such things as Maya, being and non-being, etc., to those who are confused in the teaching of mind only. When birth and death are linked together as one, qualified and qualifying are removed. 225. Another name for manas is discrimination or vikalpa, and it goes along with the 5 vijnanas. Mind seeds take their rise in the way images appear in a mirror, or waves roll on the ocean waters. 226. When the citta, manas, vijnanas cease to arise, then there is the attainment of the will body and of the Buddha stage. Verse 227. Causation, the dhatus, skandhas, and the self-nature of all things, thought construction, a personal soul, and mind, they are all like a dream, like a hairnet. 228. Seeing the world as like Maya and a dream, one abides with the truth. The truth indeed is free from individual marks, removed from speculative reasoning. 229. The inner realization attained by the wise always abides in a state of no memory. It leads the world to the truth, as it is not confused with speculative reasoning. 230. When all false speculation subsides, error no more arises. As long as there is discriminative knowledge, error keeps on rising. 231. The world is empty and has no self-nature. To talk of permanency and impermanency is the view maintained by followers of birth and not by those of no birth. 232. The philosophers imagine the world to be of oneness and otherness, of bothness and not bothness, and to have risen from isvara, or spontaneously, or from time, or from a supreme spirit, or other causal agency. 233. The vijnana, which is the seed of transmigration, is not evolved when this visible world is truly recognized. Like a picture on a wall, it disappears when its nature is recognized. 234. Like figures in Maya, people are born and die. In the same way, the ignorant, because of their stupidity, imagine there really is bondage and release. 235. The duality of the world, inner and outer, and things subject to causation, by distinctly understanding what they are, one is established in imagelessness. 236. The mind, or citta, is not separate from habit energy, nor is it together with it. Though enveloped with habit energy, the mind itself remains undifferentiated. 237. Habit energy born of the manovijnana is like dirt, wherewith the citta, which is a perfectly white garment, is enveloped and fails to display itself. 238. As space is neither existent nor non-existent, so is the alaya in the body, I say. It is devoid of existence as well as of non-existence. 239. When the manovijnana is turned over, the citta frees itself from turbidity. By understanding the nature of all things, the mind becomes Buddha, I say. 240. Removed from the triple continuity, devoid of being and non-being, released from the four propositions, all things are always like Maya. 241. The first 7 stages are mind-born and belong to the 2 svabhavas. The remaining 2 stages and the Buddha stage are the nishpana, or perfect knowledge. 242. The world of form, of no form, and the world of desire, and nirvana are in this body. All is told to belong to the realm of mind. 243. As long as there is something attained, there is so much error arising. When the mind itself is thoroughly understood, error neither rises nor ceases. Verse 244, from chapter 2, verse 171. In the theory of no birth, causation is not accepted as is maintained by the ignorant. Where existence is accepted, transmigration prevails. Seeing that all things are like Maya, etc., one does not discriminate individual signs. 245, from chapter 2, verse 131. The triple vehicle, the one vehicle, and the no vehicle, of these I talk for the sake of the dull-witted, and also for the wise, solitude-loving ones. 246. 2 things are established by me: individual objects and realization. There are 4 principles which constitute the dogmas of logic. 247. The error, or the world, is discriminated when it is seen as characterized with varieties of forms and figures. When names and forms are removed, self-nature becomes pure, which is the realm of the wise. 248. As long as discrimination is carried on, the parikalpita, or false imagination, continues to take place. But as what is imagined by discrimination has no reality, self-nature is truly understood in the realm of the wise. 249. The mind emancipated is truth, constant and everlasting, the essence making up the self-nature of things, and suchness is devoid of discrimination. 250. There is reality. It is not to be qualified as pure, nor is it to be said defiled. Since a mind purified leaves traces of defilement, but reality is the truth that is absolutely pure, belonging to the realm of the wise. 251. The world is born of causation. When it is regarded as removed from discrimination and as resembling Maya, a dream, etc., one is emancipated. 252. Varieties of habit energy growing out of error are united with the mind. They are perceived by the ignorant as objects externally existing, and the essence of mind is not perceived. 253. The essence of mind is pure, but not the mind that is born of error. Error arises from error. Therefore, mind is not perceived. 254. Delusion itself is no more than truth. Truth is neither in samskara nor anywhere else, but it is where samskara is observed in its proper bearings. 255. When the samskrita is seen as devoid of qualified and qualifying, all predicates are discarded, and thus the world is seen as of mind itself. 256. When the yogin enters upon mind only, he will cease discriminating in external world. Establishing himself where suchness has its asylum, he will pass on to mind only. 257. By passing on to mind only, he passes on to the state of imagelessness. When he establishes himself in the state of imagelessness, he sees not even the Mahayana. The state of non-striving is quiescent and thoroughly purified with the original vows. The most excellent knowledge of egolessness sees no duality in the world because of imagelessness. 259. Let him review the realm of mind. Let him review the realm of knowledge. Let him review the realm with transcendental knowledge or prajna, and he will not be confounded with individual signs. 260. Pain belongs to mind. Accumulation is the realm of knowledge. The remaining two truths and the Buddha stage are where transcendental knowledge functions. 261. The attainment of the fruits, nirvana, and the Eightfold Path. When all these truths are thus understood, there is Buddha knowledge, thoroughly purified. 262. The eye, form, light, space, and attention, or manas. Out of this combination there is the birth of consciousness, or vijnana, in people. Consciousness is indeed born of the alaya. 263. There is nothing grasped nor grasping, nor one who grasps. There are no names, no objects. Those who carry on their groundless discriminative way of thinking lack intelligence. 264. Name is not born of meaning, nor is meaning born of name. Whether things are born of cause or of no cause, such is discrimination. Have no discrimination. Verse 265 from chapter 2, verse 145. In all things there is no self-nature. Words, too, are devoid of reality. As the ignorant understand not what is meant by emptiness, yes, by emptiness they wander about. 266. Imagining himself to be standing on a truth, he discourses on thought construction. Oneness is not attained in 5 ways, and thus the truth is abandoned. 267. Delusion is the evil one who is to be broken down. Being and non-being is to be transcended. As one sees into the truth of egolessness, he has no longing for, no evil thought of, the world. 268. The philosophers imagine a permanently existing creator engaged in mere verbalism. Highest truth is beyond words. The Dharma is seen when cessation takes place. 269. Leaning on the alaya for support, the manas is evolved. Depending on the citta and manas, the vijnana system is evolved. 270. What is established by a proposition is a proposition. Suchness is the essence of mind. When this is clearly perceived, the yogin attains the knowledge of mind only. 271. Let one not think of the manas, individual signs, and reality from the point of view of permanency and impermanency, nor let him think in his meditation of birth and no birth. 272. They do not discriminate duality. The vijnana arises from alaya. The oneness of meaning thus taking place is not to be known by a dually operating mind. 273. There is neither a speaker, nor speaking, nor emptiness, since the mind is seen. But when the mind is not seen, there rises a net of philosophical doctrines. 274. There is no rising of the causation chain, nor are there any sense organs. No dhatus, no skandhas, no greed, no sanskrita. 275. There is no primarily working fire, no working done, no effects produced, no final limit, no power, no deliverance, no bondage. 276. There is no state of being to be called neutral or inexplicable. There is no duality of dharma and adharma. There is no time, no nirvana, no dharma essence. 277. And there are no Buddhas, no truths, no fruition, no causal agents, no perversion, no nirvana, no passing away, no birth. 278. And then there are no 12 elements, and no duality either, of limit and no limit. Because of the cessation of all the notions that are cherished by the philosophers, I declare that there is mind only. 279. The passions, path of karma, the body, creators, fruitions, they are like a fata morgana and a dream. They are like a city of the Gandharvas. 280. By maintaining the mind only, the idea of reality is removed. By establishing the mind only, permanency and annihilation are seen in their proper relationship. 281. There are no skandhas in nirvana, nor is there an ego soul, nor any individual signs. By entering into the mind only, one escapes from becoming attached to emancipation. 282. It is error that causes the world to be externally perceived, as it is manifested to people. Mind is not born of the visible world. Therefore, mind is not visible. 283. It is the habit energy of people that brings out into view something resembling body, property, and abode. Mind is neither a being nor a non-being. It does not reveal itself because of habit energy. 284. Dirt is revealed within purity, but purity itself is not soiled. as when the sky is veiled with clouds. Mind is invisible when defiled with error. Verse 285 from chapter 3, verse 38. Karma is accumulated by citta and discriminated by jnana, and one acquires by prajna the state of imagelessness and the powers. 286 from chapter 2, verse 182. The citta is bound up with the objective world. The intellect's function is to speculate, and in the excellent state of imagelessness there is the evolving of transcendental wisdom, or prajna. 287 from chapter 3, verse 40. Citta, manas, and vijnana are devoid of thoughts and discriminations. It is the Shravakas and not the Bodhisattvas that try to reach reality by means of discrimination. 288 from chapter 3, verse 41. The Tathagata's jnana is pure, resting in quietude in the most excellent patience or recognition of truth. It is productive of excellent sense and is devoid of purposiveness. 289 from chapter 2, verse 183. According to the false imagination, self-substance is, but from the point of view of relativity or paratantra, it is not. Owing to perversion, what is discriminated is grasped as real. In the relativity, there is no discrimination. 290. Mind is not born of the elements, or bhuta. Mind is nowhere to be seen. It is the habit energy of people that brings out into view body, property, and abode. 291. All that is element-made is not form, and form is not element-made. The city of the Gandharvas, a dream, maya, an image, these are not element-made. 292 and 293 from chapter 3, verse 42. Prajna, with me, is of three kinds. Whereby the wise grow powerful, individual signs are discriminated, and all things are manifested. 294 from chapter 3, verse 43. My prajna has nothing to do with the two vehicles. It excludes the world of beings. That of the Shravakas evolves from their attachment to the world of beings. The Tathagata's prajna is spotless because of its being in accord with mind only. 295. As reality and non-reality can be predicated of existence that originates from causation, the view of oneness and otherness definitely belongs to them. 296 to 302 from chapter 2, verses 184 through 190. Multitudinous of differentiations is imagined as real by the ignorant, but being like Maya, they obtain not. Varieties of individual forms are discriminated as such, but they really do not obtain. To imagine individual forms is wrong. It puts one in bondage. They are born of mind due to the false imagination of the ignorant. Based on the relativity, they are discriminated. The existence thus subjected to discrimination is no other than its relativity aspect. The false imagination is of various forms. Based on the relativity, discrimination is carried on. Conventional truth, or samvritti, and ultimate truth, or paramatha. If there be a third, non-entity is its cause. The false imagination belongs to the conventional. When it is cut asunder, there is the realm of the wise. As to the yogins, there is one reality which reveals itself as multiplicity, and yet there is no multiplicity in it. So is the nature of the false imagination. As by the dim-eyed a variety of objects is seen and imagined, while dimness itself is neither a form or a no form, so is the relativity discriminated by the unknowing ones. As is pure gold, water free from dirt, the sky without a cloud, so is the mind pure when detached from the false imagination. 303. There are three kinds of my Shravakas: the transformed, the born of the vows, and the Shravakas disengaged from greed and anger, and born of the Dharma. 304. There are three kinds also of the Bodhisattvas: those who have not yet reached Buddhahood, those who manifest themselves according to the thoughts of sentient beings, and those who are seen in the likeness of the Buddha. 305 to 310, from Chapter 2, verses 191 through 196. Falsely imagined existence is not, but from the relativity point of view, it is. Assertion and refutation are destroyed when one is freed from the imagination. If the relativity aspect of existence is, while the imagination is not, this means that there is a being apart from being, and that a being is born of a non-being. Depending on the false imagination, there obtains the relativity aspect of existence. From the conjunction of form and name, there rises false imagination. False imagination can never be perfect knowledge. It is not productive of anything else but itself. Then one knows what is meant by ultimate truth, whose self-nature is purity. There are 10 kinds of false imagination and 6 kinds of relativity. In the knowledge of tathata, innerly attained, there is no differentiation. Truth consists in knowing the 5 dharmas and also the 3 svabhavas. When the yogin thus comprehends the truth, he does not transgress tathata. 311. It is a man's mind that is perceived as something resembling the form of a star, a cloud, a moon, a sun, and what is thus perceived by them is born of habit energy. 312. The elements are devoid of selfhood. There is neither qualified nor qualifying in them. If all element-made objects were the elements, form would be element-made. 313. The elements are uniform. There are no element-made objects in the elements. The elements are the cause. The earth, water, etc. are the result. 314. Substances and forms of thought construction are like things born of Maya. They appear like a dream and a city of the Gandharvas. They are a mirage and a fifth. 315. There are 5 kinds of the Ichantika, so with the families, which are 5. There are 5 vehicles and no vehicle, and 6 kinds of nirvana. 316. The skandhas are divided into 25, and there are 8 kinds of form, 24 Buddhas, and there are 2 kinds of Buddha sons. 317. There are 108 doctrines and 3 kinds of Shravakas. There is one land of the Buddhas, and so with the Buddha there is one. 318. Likewise with emancipation. There are 3 forms, 4 kinds of mind streams, 6 kinds of egolessness, and also 4 kinds of knowledge. 319. Disjoined from causal agencies, removed from faulty theories, is the knowledge of self-realization, which is the Mahayana, immovable and highest. Verse 320. Of birth and no birth there are 8 and 9 kinds. Whether the attainment is instantaneous or successive, it is one realization. 321. There are 8 worlds of formlessness. Dhyana is divided into 6, and with the Pratyeka Buddhas and Buddha sons there are 7 forms of emancipation. 322. There are no such things as the past, present, and future. There is neither permanency nor impermanency. Doing, work, and fruition, all is no more than a dream event. 323. From beginning to end, the Buddhas, Shravakas, and Buddha sons have never been born. The mind is removed from what is visible, being always a Maya-like existence. 324. Thus the abode in the Tushita heaven, the conception, the birth, the leaving, the worldly life, the revolving of the wheel, the wandering about in all the countries. A Buddha is seen doing all these things, but he is not one born of the womb. 325. Thus, for the sake of sentient beings who are wandering and moving about from one place to another, emancipation is taught. The truth, the knowledge of the Buddha land, and the rising of things by causation. 326. Worlds, forests, islands, egolessness, philosophers, wanderings, dhyanas, the vehicles, the alaya, the attainments, the inconceivable realm of fruition. 327. Families of the moon and stars, families of kings, abodes of the gods, families of the yakshas and gandharvas, they are all born of karma and are born of desire. 328. Inconceivable transformation death is still in union with habit energy. When interrupted, death is put a stop to. The net of passions is destroyed. 329. The bodhisattva is not to keep money, grain, gold, land, goods, kine, and sheep, slaves, nor horses, elephants, etc. 330. He is not to sleep on a perforated couch, nor is he to smear the ground with mud. He is not to have a bowl made of gold, silver, brass, or copper. 331. Let the yogin have white cloth dyed in dark blue or brownish red with cow dung or mud or fruits or leaves. 332. The yogin is permitted to carry a bowl, a full Magadha measure made of either stone or clay or iron or shell or quartz. 333. The yogin whose final aim is to discipline himself may carry a curved knife, 4 fingers long, for cutting cloth. He who is intent on disciplining himself may not learn the science of mechanics. 334. The yogin who disciplines himself in the exercises is not to be engaged in buying and selling. If necessary, let the attendant see to it. These are the regulations I teach. 335. Thus, guarding his senses, let him have an exact understanding in the meaning of the sutras and the Vinaya, and let him not associate with men of the world. Such I call the yogin. 336. Let the yogin prepare his abode in an empty house, or a cemetery, or under a tree, or in a cavern, or among the straw, or in an open place. 337. Let the yogin dress himself in 3 garments, whether in the cemetery or any other place. If anyone should voluntarily give him a garment, let him accept it. 338. When he goes about begging food, let him look ahead, not more than the length of a yoke. Let him conduct himself in the way bees treat flowers. 339. When the yogin finds himself in a large company, in the confusion of a company, or with bhikshunis, women mendicants, this is not a desirable relationship for yogins, for it means to share a livelihood with them. 340. The yogin, whose aim is to discipline himself in the exercise, is not to approach for his food kings, princes, ministers of state, or persons of rank. 341. In houses where a death or a birth has taken place, or in the houses of friends and relatives, or where bhikshus and bhikshunis are mixed together, it is not proper for the yogins to take their food. 342. In the monasteries, food is always regularly cooked, and when it is purposely prepared somewhere else, it is not proper for the yogins to take their food. 343. The yogin should regard the world as removed from birth and death, as exempt from the alternation of being and non-being, though it is seen in the aspect of qualified and qualifying. 344. When birth and death is not discriminated, the yogin before long will attain the samadhi, the powers, the psychic faculties, and the self-mastery. 345. The yogin should not cherish the thought that the world exists from such causal agents as atoms, time, or supreme soul, nor that it is born of causes and conditions. 346. From self-discrimination, the world is imagined, which is born of varieties of habit energy. Let the yogin perceive existence as always like unto Maya and a dream. 347. The true insight is always removed from assertions as well as from negations. Let not the yogin discriminate the triple world, which appears as body, property, and abode. 348. Not thinking how to obtain food and drink, but holding his body upright, let him pay homage over and over again to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. 349. Gathering truth from the Vinaya, from the teachings in the sutras, let the yogin have a clear insight into the 5 dharmas, mind itself, and egolessness. 350. The yogin should have a distinct understanding of the undefiled truth of self-realization, and as to what the stages of bodhisattvahood and the Buddha stage are, and be anointed on the great lotus seat. 351. Wandering through all the paths, he becomes averse to existence, and, directing his steps toward some quiet cemetery, he will begin various practices. Verses 352 to 354 from Chapter 2, verses 162 to 164. The yogin, while in his exercise, sees the form of the sun or the moon, or something looking like a lotus, or the underworld, or various forms like sky, fire, etc. All these appearances lead him to the way of the philosophers. They throw him down into the state of Shravakahood, into the realm of the Pratyeka Buddhas. When all these are tossed aside and there is a state of imagelessness, then a condition in conformity with Tathata presents itself, and the Buddhas will come together from all their countries, and with their shining hands will stroke the head of this benefactor. Verse 355. According to the philosophers, there is a reality born of no cause, neither permanent nor subject to annihilation, and removed from the alternatives of being and non-being, and this is imagined by them to be the middle path. 356. They imagine the theory of no cause, but their no cause is nihilistic. As they fail to understand the real nature of external objects, they destroy the middle path. 357. The attachment to existence is not abandoned for the fear of being nihilistic, and they try to teach the middle path by means of assertion and negation. 358. When mind only is understood, external objects are abandoned, and discrimination no more takes place. Here the middle path is reached. 359. There is mind only. There is no visible world. As there is no visible world, mind is not risen. This is taught by myself and other Tathagatas to be the middle path. 360. Birth and no birth, being and non-being, these are all empty. There is no self-nature in all things. The duality is not to be cherished. 361. Where there is no possibility of discrimination taking its rise, the ignorant imagine that there is emancipation. But as there is no understanding in them as to the rise of a mind, how can they destroy their attachment to duality? 362. As it is understood, there is nothing but what is seen of the mind. The attachment to duality is destroyed. Knowledge indeed is the abandonment, not the destruction of the discriminated. 363. As it becomes thoroughly known that there is nothing but what is seen of the mind, discrimination ceases. As discrimination ceases, suchness is removed from intellection, or citta. 364. If a man, seeing the rise of all things, yet perceives that nirvana is devoid of the faults of the philosophers, this is the nirvana as held by the wise, because of its not being annihilation. 365. To realize this is said by myself and other Buddhas to be the attainment of Buddhahood. If there is any other discrimination, one is committed to the philosopher's view. 366. Nothing is born, and yet things are being born. Nothing dies, and yet things are passing away. All over millions of worlds, what is seen simultaneously is like a lunar reflection in water. 367. Unity being transformed into plurality, rain falls and fire burns. As a mind is changed into many thoughts, they declare that there is mind only. 368. Mind is of mind only. No mind is also born of mind. When understood, varieties of forms and appearances are of mind only. 369. By assuming Buddha forms, Travaka forms, Pratyeka Buddha appearances, and varieties of other forms, they declare mind only. 370. For the sake of beings, Buddhas show forms by means of no form. From the world of no form and of form down to the hells where hell dwellers are. And all this originates from mind only. When a spiritual revulsion takes place in them, they will attain the samadhi called Maya-like, the will body, the 10 stages of self-mastery. 372. On account of self-discrimination, which causes errors and sets false reasonings in motion, the ignorant are bound up with the ideas in which they see, hear, think, or understand. 373, from Chapter 2, verse 197. According to the form of relativity, there are those names that belong to false imagination, and the various aspects of false imagination arise from relativity. 374, from Chapter 2, verse 198. When well pondered with intelligence, there is neither relativity nor false imagination. Where perfect knowledge is, there is nothing dualistically existent. For how with intelligence can discrimination take place? 375 through 378, from Chapter 2, verses 199 through 202. Where perfect knowledge is, the existent cannot be qualified with being and non-being. In what cannot be qualified with being and non-being, how can there be these two tvatvavas? Because of false imagination, the two tvatvavas are established. Where there is false imagination, multitudinousness of things is recognized, which being purified, the spiritual condition of the wise obtains. Where there is false imagination, there is multitudinousness of objects, which are discriminated under the aspect of relativity. If otherwise discriminated, one becomes attached to the teachings of the philosophers. What is imagined, being subjected to further imagination, there are various views from which rises the doctrine of causal origination. When the dualistic discrimination is got rid of, there indeed is perfect knowledge. Verse 379. The Buddhas in every land are those of transformation, where the doctrine of the one vehicle and the triple vehicle is taught. I never enter into nirvana, for all things are empty, being devoid of birth and death. 380. There are 36 different Buddhas, and in each 10 different ones. In accordance with the thought of all beings, they share their lands. 381. When existence is discriminated, there are varieties of appearances. In like manner, the Dharma Buddha's world may appear in its multiplicity, which in reality exists not. 382. The Dharma Buddha is the true Buddha, and the rest are his transformations. According to a continuous flow of their own seeds, sentient beings see their Buddha forms. 383. When the mind is bound up with error and appearance, discrimination is set in motion. Suchness is no other than discrimination, and discrimination is no other than appearance. 384. The self-nature Buddha, the enjoyment Buddha, the transformation Buddha, the 5 transformation Buddhas, and a group of 36 Buddhas, they are all of the self-nature Buddha. 385 through 406, from Chapter 2, verses 101 to 123, with verse divisions occasionally varying. Dark blue, red, and other colors, with salt, conch shell, milk, honey, fragrance of fruits and flowers, and rays of sunlight. They are neither different nor not different. The relation is like that between the ocean and its waves. So are the 7 Vijnanas joined with the citta, or mind. As the waves in their variety are stirred on the ocean, so in the alaya is produced the variety of what is known as the Vijnanas. The citta, manas, and Vijnanas are discriminated as regards their form, but in substance the 8 are not to be separated one from another, for there is neither qualified nor qualifying. As there is no distinction between the ocean and its waves, so in the citta there is no evolution of the Vijnanas. Karma is accumulated by the citta, reflected by the manas, and recognized by the manavijnana, and the visible world is discriminated by the 5 Vijnanas. Varieties of color such as dark blue, etc., are presented to our Vijnana. Tell me, great Muni, how there are these varieties of color like waves on the ocean? There are no such varieties of color in the waves. It is for the sake of the simple-minded that the citta is said to be evolving as regards form. There is no such evolving in the citta itself, which is beyond comprehension. While there is comprehension, there is that which comprehends, as in the case of waves and the ocean. Body, property, and abode are presented as such to our Vijnanas, and thus they are seen as evolving in the same way as are the waves. The ocean is manifestly seen dancing in the state of waveness. How is it that the evolving of the alaya is not recognized by the intellect even as the ocean is? That the alaya is compared to the ocean is only for the sake of the discriminating intellect of the ignorant. The likeness of the waves in motion is only brought out by way of illustration. When the sun rises, it shines impartially on people high and low. So thou, who art the light of the world, shouldst announce the truth, or tattvam, to the ignorant. How is it that in establishing thyself in the Dharma, thou announcest not the truth? If the truth is announced by me, the truth is not in the mind. As the waves appear instantly on the ocean, or images in a mirror or a dream, So the mind is reflected in its own sense fields. Owing to a deficiency in conditions, the evolution of the Vijnanas takes place by degree. The function of the Manovijnana is to recognize, and that of the Manas is to reflect upon. While to the 5 Vijnanas, the actual world presents itself. There is no gradation when one is in a state of collectedness or samahita. Like unto a master of painting or his pupils, who arrange colors to produce a picture, I teach. The picture is not in the colors, nor in the canvas, nor in the plate. In order to make it attractive to all beings, a picture is presented in colors. What one teaches transgresses, for the truth or tattva is beyond words. Establishing myself in the Dharma, I preach the truth for the yogins. The truth is the state of self-realization and is beyond categories of discrimination. I teach it to the sons of the victorious. The teaching is not meant for the ignorant. What is seen as multitudinous is a vision which exists not. The teaching itself is thus variously given, subject to transgression. The teaching is no teaching whatever if it is not to the point in each case. According to the nature of a disease, the healer gives its medicine. Even so, the Buddhas teach beings in accordance with their mentalities. Verse 407. Owing to the seeds of habit energy that grow from the recognition of an outer world, discrimination takes place, and thereby the relativity aspect is grasped, and that which is grasped is variously imagined. 408. When one depending upon the mind recognizes an external world, error is produced. Error takes place from these 2 causes, and there is no third cause. 409. Depending on that, and from that cause, error is produced. The 6 Indriyas, the 12 Ayatanas, the 18 Dhatus are thus said by me to be of the mind. 410. When it is understood that things are because of the combination of self-seeds in an external world, the ego attachment is abandoned. 411. Because of the Alaya Vijnana, the Vijnana system is evolved. Because of inner support, there is something externally appearing. 412. The unintelligent imagine the Samskrita and Asamskrita to be permanent, while they are not, as they are like the stars, a hairnet, an echo, or things seen in a dream. 413. As they are like the city of Gandharvas, a mirage or Maya, they are not, yet they are perceived as if they were real. So is the relativity aspect of existence, or Paratantra. 414. By means of a triple mentality, I teach the self, senses, and their behavior. But the Citta, Manas, and Vijnana are devoid of self-nature. 415. The Citta, Manas, and Vijnana, the 2-fold egolessness, the 5 Dharmas, the 3 Svabhavas, these belong to the realm of the Buddhas. 416. Habit energy as cause is 1, but as far as form goes, it is triple. This is the way in which a picture of one color appears variously on the wall. 417. The 2-fold egolessness, the Citta, Manas, and Vijnana, the 5 Dharmas, the 3 Svabhavas, they do not belong to my essence. 418. When the Citta form is put aside, the Manas and Vijnana removed, and the 5 Dharmas and the 3 Svabhavas abandoned, then one attains the essence of Tathagatahood. 419. The pure essence of Tathagatahood is not obtained by body, speech, and thought. The essence of Tathagatahood, being pure, is devoid of doings. 420. to be pure by means of the psychic faculties and the self-mastery, to be embellished with the samadhis and the powers, to be provided with varieties of the will body, these belong to the pure essence of Tathagatahood. 421. To be undefiled in inner realization, to be released from cause and form, to attain the 8th stage and the Buddha stage, this is the essence of Tathagatahood. 422. The far-going, the good wisdom, the law cloud, and the Tathagata stage, they belong to the essence of Buddhahood, while the rest are taken up by the 2 vehicles. 423. Since sentient beings are differentiated as to their mentality and individuality, the Buddhas who have achieved self-mastery over their minds teach the ignorant the 7 stages. 424. At the 7th stage, no faults arise as to body, speech, and thought. At the 8th, the final abode of consciousness, it seems to him like having crossed a great river in a dream. 425. At the 5th and the 8th stage, the bodhisattvas acquire proficiency in mechanical arts and philosophy and attain kingship in the triple world. 426. Birth and no birth, emptiness and no emptiness, self-nature and no self-nature, these are not discriminated by the knowing one. In mind only, no such things obtain. 427. To discriminate, saying, "This is true, this is true, this is false," is teaching meant for the Shravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas, and not for the sons of the Buddha. 428. There is neither being and non-being, nor the aspect of momentariness. There are neither thought constructions nor substances. Nothing obtains in mind only. 429. According to conventional truth, things are, but not in the highest truth. To be confused in things not having self-nature, this belongs to conventional truth. 430. I establish thought constructions where all things are non-existent. Whatever expressions and experiences that belong to the ignorant are not of the truth as it is. 431. Things born of words seem to belong to an objective realm, but when it is perceived that they are born of words, they become non-existent. 432. As no pictures are separable from the wall, no shadow from the post, so are no Vijnana waves stirred when the Alaya ocean is pure and quiet. Verse 433, from chapter 6, verse 4. The Chitta dances like a dancer. The Manas resembles a jester. And the Manovijnana, together with the 5 Vijnanas, creates an objective world which is like a stage. 434. It is taught that from the Dharma Buddha comes the Nishanda, and from the Nishanda the Nirmata. These are the original Buddhas. The rest are transformed bodies. 435 through 436, from chapter 2, verses 125 to 126. The world as we see it exists not. Pluralities of things rise from the mind, being seen externally. Body, property, and abode are manifested to us as of the Alaya Vijnana. The leaders talk about the Chitta, Manas, Manovijnana, the triple Svabhava, the 5 Dharmas, the twofold egolessness, and purification. 437, from chapter 2, verses 123 and 129. According to the nature of a disease, the healer gives its medicine. Even so, the Buddha teaches beings in accordance with their mentalities. This does not belong to the realm of the theoreticians, nor to that of the Shravaka. The Buddhas disclose the way of self-realization. Verses 438 to 439, from chapter 2, verses 127 to 128. long and short, etc., exist mutually bound up. When existence is asserted, there is non-existence, and where non-existence is asserted, there is existence. Analyzed down to atoms, there is indeed no form to be discriminated as such. What can be established is the truth of mind only, which is not believed by those who cherish erroneous views. 440. Do not discriminate, saying, "Here is emptiness," or saying again, "Here is no emptiness." Both being and non-being are merely imagined, for there is no reality corresponding to the imagined. 441. The ignorant imagine that things originate from the accumulation of qualities, or atoms, or substances. But there is not a single atom in existence, and therefore there is no external world. 442. Forms, seen as external, are due to the imagination of people. They are nothing but the mind itself. There is nothing to be seen externally, and therefore there is no external world. Verses 443 to 444, from chapter 2, verses 157 to 158. A world of multitudes is a hairnet, a vision, a dream, and the city of the Gandharvas. It is a wheel made by a firebrand, a mirage. It is a non-entity, only an appearance to people. Eternity and non-eternity, oneness, bothness, and not bothness, these are discriminated by the ignorant, who are confused in mind and bound up by errors since beginningless time. Verses 445 to 447, from chapter 2, verses 205 to 207. There is really no establishment of various vehicles, and so I speak of the one vehicle. But in order to carry the ignorant, I talk of a variety of vehicles. There are 3 emancipations, and in all things there is no ego substance. Knowledge and passions are of the same nature. When one is emancipated, they are discarded. Like a piece of wood floating on the waves of the ocean, the Shravaka obsessed with individual marks is driven along the stream of existence. 448, from chapter 2, verse 209. In this there is no course of finality, nor retrogression either. Losing himself in the attainment of the samadhi body, he is not at all awakened, even to the end of the kalpas. 449, from chapter 2, verse 208. Though disengaged from the actively functioning passions, they, the Shravakas, are still bound up with the habit energy of the passions. Intoxicated with the liquor of the samadhi, they still have their abode in the realm of outflows. 450, from chapter 2, verse 210. Like unto a drunkard, who, being awakened from his intoxication, regains his intelligence, the Shravakas will have the realization of the Buddha's truth, which is his own body. 451. As the elephant, who is immersed in deep mud, is unable to move about, so the Shravakas, who are deeply intoxicated with the liquor of samadhi, stand still. 452, from chapter 2, verse 135. Assertions and refutations are not to be found in the mind only. The ignorant, who understand not that the mind is seen in the form of body, property, and abode, wander about with assertions and refutations. 453. Space, the hare's horns, and a barren woman's child are unrealities, and yet they are spoken of as if real. So are all things imagined. 454. The world originates from habit energy. There is nothing whatever to be designated as being and non-being, nor is there its negation. Those who see into this are emancipated as they understand the egolessness of things. Verse 455. Of the 3 svabhavas, one is parikalpita, mutuality is paritantra, and suchness is parinishpana. This is always taught by me in the sutra. 456 from chapter 2, verse 172. Because of the distinction between nama, pada, and vayajana, the ignorant, the dull-witted, stick to them like the elephant in deep mud. 457 through 458 from chapter 2, verses 203 to 204. The Diva vehicle, the Brahma vehicle, the Shravaka vehicle, the Pradyeka vehicle, and the Tathagata vehicle, of these I speak. So long as there is a mind making conscious efforts, there can be no culmination as regards the various vehicles. When a revulsion takes place in the mind, there is neither a vehicle nor one who rides on it. 459. The citta, discrimination, thought construction, manas, vijnana, the alaya, all that which sets the triple world in motion are synonyms of mind. 460. Life, warmth, the vijnana, the alaya, the vital principle, manas, manovijnana, these are the names for discrimination. 461. The body is maintained by the citta. The manas always cogitates. The manovijnana together with the vijnanas cuts the world in pieces as objects of citta. Verse 462 to 464 from chapter 2, verses 3 to 5. As thou reviewest the world with thy transcendental knowledge and compassion, it is to thee always like a dream, of which one cannot say whether it is permanent or destructible, as the category of being and non-being is inapplicable to it. In the Dharmakaya, whose self-nature is like a vision or a dream, what is there to praise? When no thought arises as to the existence or as to not having self-nature, then there is praise. Of a thing whose appearance is not visible because of its being beyond the senses and their objects, how can it be praised or blamed, O Muni? 465 to 469, chapter 2, verses 15 to 19. What is that which is born of causation? What is effect? What is cause or that which works? Whence the doctrine of duality? Whence does it arise? Wherefore is the tranquilizing exercise of formlessness, and that of complete extinction? Wherefore the extinction of thoughts, and how is one awakened from it? How does action arise? Whence is the behavior of those who hold the body? Whence this visible world? Whence the conditions? Whence the entrance upon the stages? Who is it that breaks through this triple existence? What is the abode? What is the body? Where does that which is abiding arise? Whence comes the son of the Buddha? Who attains the psychic faculties, the self-masteries, the samadhis? How is the mind tranquilized? Pray tell me, O bull-like victor. 470 to 471 from chapter 3, verses 7 to 8. From the night of enlightenment till that of nirvana, I have not, in the meantime, made any proclamation whatever. It is on account of the deeper meaning that the eternally abiding reality of self-realization is talked of by me. And between myself and all the other Buddhas in this respect, there is no distinction whatever. 472. Some say that an ego soul really is, which is separate from the skandha appearance, or that the skandhas really exist. But there is, after all, no ego soul in them. 473. When one's doings, together with the passions primary and secondary, are brought to light, one perceives the world to be the mind itself, and is released from all sufferings. 474 to 487, from chapter 2, verses 20 through 33. What is the alaya? And whence the manovijnana? How does the visible world rise? How does it cease from being visible? Whence are families and no families? What is meant by mind only? The setting up of marks, and whence the doctrine of egolessness? Why is there no being? What kind of teaching is in accordance with popular thinking? How can one cease cherishing eternalism and nihilism? How is it that you do not differ from the philosophers as regards appearance? Tell me, whence is the rise of the Nyaya school, its future? What is meant by emptiness? What do you understand by momentary destruction? Whence is the womb, and whence is the stability of the world? Why is the world like a vision and a dream? How does it resemble the city of the Gandharvas? Why is it to be regarded as like a mirage, or like the moon reflected in water? Pray, tell me. What are the elements of enlightenment? Whence are the constituents of enlightenment? Wherefore is a revolution and the disturbance of a kingdom? And how does the realistic view of existence take its rise? What is meant by the world being above birth and death, or being like the flower in the air? How do you understand it? Why do you regard it as being beyond words? How is it not subject to discrimination? How is it like the sky? Of how many sorts is suchness? How manifold is the mind? How many paramitas are there? Whence is the gradation of the stages? What is the state of imagelessness? Wherefore is the twofold egolessness? How is one cleansed of the hindrance of knowledge? Of how many kinds is knowledge, or jnana? O leader, how many moral precepts are there, and forms of being? Whence are the families born of gold and jewel and pearl? Of whom is speech born? Whence is the differentiation of beings? Whence are the sciences, offices, arts, and by whom are they made manifest? Of how many sorts are gathas? What is prose? What is meter? Of how many sorts is reasoning and exegesis? How many varieties of food and drink are there? Whence does sexual desire originate? Whence are there kings, sovereigns, and provincial rulers? 488. The extinction knowledge attained by the Shravakas, the birth of the Buddhas, and that of the Pratyeka Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, all takes place by getting rid of the passions. 489. No external forms are in existence. What is external is what is seen of the mind itself. As the ignorant fail to understand as regards the mind itself, they imagine the Samskrita as real. 490. The insight that pluralities are of the mind itself is withheld from the bewildered, who, not knowing what the nature of the external world is, are under bondage to the ideas of causation and the fourfold proposition. 91. There are no reasons, no statements, no illustrations, no syllogistic members to the intelligent who know that the external world is the reflection of their own mind. 492. Do not discriminate by discrimination. To discriminate is characteristic of the parikalpita, or imagination. Depending on the imagination, discrimination is evolved. 493. One's habit energy is the origin of all things, which are mutually and uninterruptedly knitted together. As dualism is primarily external to people's minds, there is no rising of it. Verse 494. Because of mind and what belongs to it, there is discrimination. The ignorant are comfortably established in the triple world. That an external world of appearances is evolved is due to the discrimination of self-nature. 495. Because of the combination of appearances and seeds, there are the 12 ayatanas. Because of the combination of subject and object, I talk of doings. 496. Like images in a mirror, like a hairnet to the dim-eyed, the mind to the ignorant is seen enveloped in habit energy. 497. Discrimination goes on in the world imagined by self-discrimination. But there is no external world as it is discriminated by the philosophers. 498. Like the ignorant who, not recognizing the rope, take it for a snake. People imagine an external world, not knowing that it is of mind itself. 499. Thus, the rope in its own nature is neither the one nor the other. But, owing to the fault of not recognizing mind itself, people go on with their discrimination over the rope. Verses 500 to 501 from Chapter 3, verses 82 to 83. There is something that is not to be seen by the discrimination of its being, nor is it to be known as non-existent. Such is the self-essence of all things. Accompanied by being, there is non-being. Accompanied by non-being, there is being. As thus non-being is not to be known by itself, being is not to be discriminated. 502. While the imagined is being imagined, the imagination itself has no reality. Seeing that discrimination has no reality, how does it really take place? 503. Form, whereupon or matter, has no reality of its own, as is the case with a jar, a garment, etc. In the world, however, which has no real existence, discrimination is carried on. 504. If people discriminate erroneously regarding the Samskrita since the beginningless past, how is the self-nature of beings in error? Pray tell me, O Muni. 505. The nature of all beings is non-existent, and what is seen as external is nothing but the mind. When the mind itself is not perceived, discrimination is evolved. 506. When it is said that there are no such things as imagined as the ignorant imagine, it means that there is something which is not recognized by the intellect. 507. If it is said that something exists with the wise, this is not what is discriminated by the ignorant. If the wise and the ignorant walk the same way, that which is real with the wise must be a falsehood. 508. To the wise there is nothing erroneous. Therefore their mind is undefiled. The ignorant, whose mind is uninterruptedly defiled, goes on imagining the imagined. 509. It is like the mother who fetches for her child a fruit from the air, saying, "Oh, son, don't cry, pick the fruit, there are so many of them." 510. In like manner, I make all beings covet varieties of imagined fruit, whereby I lead them to the truth that goes beyond the antithesis of being and non-being. 511. The being which is realized by the wise, having never been seen in existence, is not united with causation. It is primarily unborn, and yet born, while its essence is not obtainable. 512. The unobtainable essence is indeed unborn, and yet it is nowhere separated from causation. Nor are things as they are for this moment anywhere separated from causation. 513. When the visible world is thus approached, it is anywhere neither existent nor non-existent. Nor is it not existent and non-existent. Putting itself under causation, reality is not the subject of discrimination to the wise. 514. The philosophers cherishing wrong ideas, and the ignorant have theories of oneness and otherness. They understand not that the world, subject to causation, is like Maya and a dream. 515. The supreme Mahayana is beyond the realm of words. Its meaning is well elucidated by me, but the ignorant do not comprehend. Verse 516. The doctrines thus advanced by the Shravakas and philosophers are tainted with jealousy. They go astray from reality because their doctrines are false theorizings. 517. Appearance, self-nature, form, and name, depending on these four conditions, all kinds of imagination are carried on. 518. Those who believe in the oneness or the manyness of cause. Those who imagine Brahma God, or the authority of Isvara, those who take the sun and the moon for an element, they are not my sons. 519. Those who are equipped with a noble insight and are thoroughly conversant with the suchness of reality know well how to turn over ideas and reach the other shore of the Vijnana. 520. This is the seal of emancipation belonging to those sons who have embraced my teaching. It is released from existence and non-existence, removed from coming and going. 521. If karma disappears by causing a transformation in the world of matter and the Vijnanas, permanence and impermanence no more obtain, and transmigration ceases. 522. When this transformation takes place, the idea of matter is shaken off. Space relations are banished, but karma released from the fault of being and non-being abides with the alaya. 523. While matter and Vijnanas pass into annihilation, karma abides with the being of the alaya, which is not destroyed, whereby there is the union of matter and Vijnanas. 524. If people's karma, which is in combination with them, is destroyed, karma succession being thus destroyed, there will be no transmigration, no attainment of nirvana. 525. If karma is destroyed together with matter and Vijnanas, and yet is subject to transmigration, matter will then subsist, as it differs in no ways from karma. 526. Mind, or citta, and matter are neither different nor not different from discrimination. There is no distinction of all things as they are removed from being and non-being. 527. The parikalpita and the paratantra are mutually dependent and are not to be differentiated. Thus, with matter and impermanency, they are mutually conditioning. 528. Apart from oneness and otherness, the parikalpita is not knowable. So, with matter and impermanency, how can one speak of their being and non-being? 529. When the parikalpita is thoroughly understood as to its nature, the paratantra is not born. When the paratantra is understood, the parikalpita becomes suchness. 530. When the parikalpita is destroyed, my dharma I is destroyed, and there takes place within my teaching the controversy of assertion and negation. 531. In this way, then, and at that time, there will rise disparagers of the Dharma, none of whom are worth talking with, as they are destroyers of my Dharma I. 532. As they are not taken into the company of the intelligent, they abandon the life of the bhikshu, and as they destroy the parikalpita, they are engaged in controversies asserting and negating. 533. As their insight is bound up with being and non-being, what appears to their imagination resembles a hairnet, maya, a dream, the Gandharva city, a mirage, etc. 534. He who studies under the Buddhas may not live together with those who cherish dualism and are destroyers of others. 535. But if there are yogins who see a being separated from the imagination and released from existence and non-existence, he, that is a Buddhist, may associate with them, that is, such yogins. 536. It is like a mine in the earth producing gold and precious stones. It harbors no cause of strife in it, and yet it furnishes people with various means of subsistence. 537. Likewise, though the essence of all beings appears various, it has nothing to do with karma. As the visible world is non-existent, there is no karma, nor is the path born of karma. 538. As is understood by the wise, all things have no self-being. but according to the discriminations of the ignorant, things appear to exist. 539. If things are not existent as discriminated by the ignorant, all things being non-existent, there are no defilements for anyone. 540. Because of varieties of defilement cherished by beings, there is transmigration, and the sense organs are completed. Being bound up by ignorance and desire, there is the evolution of beings possessed of a body. Verse 541. If beings are not existent as discriminated by the ignorant, there will be no evolving of the sense organs in these beings, which is not the yogin's view. 542. If beings themselves are not, and yet they become the cause of transmigration, then there will be an emancipation which is independent of people's strivings. 543. If beings are non-existent to you, how can there be any distinction between the wise and the ignorant? Nor will there be anything characterizing the wise who are disciplining themselves for the triple emancipation. 544. The skandhas, personal soul, doctrines, individuality and generality, no signs, causation, and senses, of these I talk for the sake of the Shravakas. 545. No cause, mind only, the powers, the stages of bodhisattvahood, the inner realization, pure suchness, of these I talk for the sake of the bodhisattvas. 546. In the time to come, there will be disparagers of my teaching, who, putting on the Kashyaka robe, will talk about being and non-being and its works. 547. Things born of causation are non-existent. This is the realm of the wise. A thing imagined has no reality, yet things are imagined by the theorizers. 548. In the time to come, there will be a class of ignorant people headed by Kanabhuj. They will talk about the non-existence of work and will ruin the people with their evil theories. 549. The world is originated from atoms. Atoms are causeless, and there are 9 permanent substances. Such are evil theories they teach. 550. They say that substances are produced by substances, and so qualities by qualities, and they destroy the self-being of all things, saying that it is another being. 551. If it is said that originally the world was not and then evolved, it must have had a beginning. But my statement is that there is no primary limit to transmigration. 552. If all the innumerable things in the triple world were not and then evolved, nobody would doubt if horns grow on a bitch, or a she-camel, or a donkey. 553. If the eye, form, and vijnana were not and now they are, straw mats, crowns, cloth, etc. would be produced from lumps of clay. 554. A straw mat is not found in cloth, nor cloth in a straw matting. Why is it that by some combination anything is not produced from any other thing? 555. That life and the body so-called were not and then evolved. All such controversies as this have been declared by me as untrue. 556. The statement has been made first against the philosophers, and their views are warded off. Their views being warded off, I will make my own statement. 557. While I first make a statement in behalf of the philosophical systems, let not my disciples be disturbed by my drawing on the dualism of being and non-being. 558. That the world is born of a supreme soul, and that changes are due to the qualities. This is what the school of Kapita teaches its disciples, but it is not the right way of thinking. 559. There is no reality, no non-reality, nor is there any world of causation conditioned by causation. As there is nothing to be characterized as causation, non-reality never has its rise. 560. My statement is free from the alternatives of being and non-being, is removed from cause and conditions, has nothing to do with birth and destruction, and is removed from qualified and qualifying. 561. When the world is regarded as like Maya and a dream, exempt from cause and condition, and eternally causeless, there is no rising of imagination. 562. When existence is always regarded as resembling the Gandharva city, a mirage, a hairnet, and is free from the alternatives of being and non-being, removed from cause and condition, and causeless, then the mind flows clear of defilements. Verse 563. The philosophers may say that if there is no external reality, mind only too will be non-existent. How can the mind exist without objective reality? The doctrine of mind only, therefore, is untenable. 564. Further, they may say that on account of an objective world of realities, people's minds are aroused. How can there be a mind without a cause? The doctrine of mind only is therefore untenable. 565. But suchness and mind only are realities belonging to the teaching of the wise. Neither those who deny nor those who affirm comprehend my teachings. 566. If a mind is said to evolve on account of perceived and perceiving, this is the mind that is of the world. Then the mind only obtains not. 567. When it is said that there is something resembling body, property, and abode produced in a dreamlike manner, a mind indeed is seen under the aspect of duality. But mind itself is not dualistic. 568. As a sword cannot cut itself, or as a finger cannot touch its own tip, mind cannot see itself. 569. In the state of imagelessness there is no reality, no parikalpita, no paratantra, no five dharmas, no twofold mind. 570. The dualism of giving birth and being born belongs to the nature of things. When I speak of the giving birth of things that have no self-nature, it is on account of a hidden meaning. 571. If multiplicities of forms are born of imagination, there will be something of objectivity in the notion of space, in that of a hare's horns. 572. When an objective reality is of mind, this reality does not belong to the imagination. But reality born of imagination is something other than mind and is unobtainable. 573. In a transmigration that has no beginning, an objective world nowhere obtains. When there is no nourishing mind, where can an objective semblance take its rise? 574. If there is any growth from nothingness, horns will grow on a hare. Let no discrimination take place, thinking that something grows out of nothing. 575. As there is nothing existing now, so there was nothing existing previously. Where there is no objective world, how can a mind which is bound up with an objective world take its rise? 576. Suchness, emptiness, reality limit, nirvana, the dharma dhatu, no birth of all things, self-being, these characterize the highest truth. 577. The ignorant, who cherish the notion of being and non-being, by imagining causes and conditions, are unable to understand that all things are causeless and unborn. 578. The mind is manifested. There is no objective world of pluralities whose cause is in the beginningless past. If there is no objective world since the beginningless past, how does individualization ever come to exist? 579. If anything grows from nothingness, the poor will become rich. When there is no objective world, how can a mind be born? Pray, tell me, O Muni. 580. As all this is causeless, there is neither mind nor objective world. As the mind is not born, the triple world is devoid of doings. Verses 581 to 613 from chapter 3, verses 86 to 117. In order to remove the notion of birth and to accomplish that of no birth, I teach the doctrine of no cause, but this is not understood by the ignorant. This all is unborn, but that does not mean that there are no objects. They are seen to be like the city of the Gandharvas, a dream and Maya. Objects are here, but causeless. Tell me how things are unborn, without self-nature and empty. When things are seen by transcendental knowledge, they are not subject to combination and are unobtainable. Therefore, I declare that they are empty, unborn, and without self-nature. Considered one by one, combination is there. The world appears to exist, but nothing is really existing. It is not as it is conceived by the philosophers. When combination is dissolved, nothing is left to be seen. As is a dream, a hairnet, Maya, the city of the Gandharvas, and a mirage which rise into view causelessly, so is the multitudinousness of the world. By keeping down the theory of no causation, no birth is demonstrated. When the theory of no birth is declared, my law I is never destroyed. When the theory of no cause is pointed out, the philosophers are horrified. Mahamati asked, how, by whom, where, and wherefore does the theory of no cause make its appearance? The Blessed One answered, when things or samskrita are perceived as neither subject to causation nor above it, then the view maintained by the philosophers of birth and destruction is done away with. Mahamati asked, is non-being no birth? Or does it look for causation? Or is it a being's name without a corresponding reality? Pray, tell me. The Blessed One answered, non-being is not no birth, nor does it look for causation, nor is it a being's name, nor is it a name without a corresponding object. Here is a reality which does not belong to the Shravakas, Pratyeka Buddhas, nor to the philosophers. Neither does it belong to the Bodhisattvas who have entered upon the seventh stage. This is what characterizes no birth. The doing away with the notion of cause and condition, the giving up of a causal agency, the establishment of the mind only, this I state to be no birth. The getting rid of the idea that things are caused, the removal of the dualism of imagined and imagining, the being liberated from the alternatives of being and non-being, this I state to be no birth. The mind liberated from its objective world, the getting rid of the twofold svabhava, or parikalpita and paratantra, a turning up at the seat of mentation, this I state to be no birth. No external existence, no non-existence, not even the grasping of mind. Things are like a dream, a hairnet, Maya, the city of Gandharvas, a mirage. The abandonment of all the philosophical views, this is what characterizes no birth. Thus, too, all these words will be understood. That is, emptiness, having no self-nature, etc. The world is empty, not, indeed, because of its being empty, but because of its being empty in the sense of being unborn. A system of mentality may have its rise and fall owing to causation. When there is a dissolution of the system, there is neither birth nor annihilation. When a dissolution somewhere takes place among the members of the system, such existence ceases and is discriminated by the philosophers by means of such categories as oneness and separateness. Nothing is born. Being is not, non-being is not. Nowhere is being and non-being, except that where there is a system. There is the rising of things and their dissolution. It is only in accordance with general conventions that a chain of mutual dependence is talked of. Birth has no sense when the chain of dependence is severed. As there is nothing generating, there is no birth. Free from the faults of the philosophers. I talk of this conventionally according to the theory of concatenation, and this is not intelligible to the ignorant. If there is anything born somewhere apart from concatenation, here is one who is to be recognized as an advocate of no causation, as he destroys concatenation. If concatenation works from outside like a lamp revealing all kinds of things, this means the presence of something outside concatenation itself. All things are devoid of self-nature, have never been born, and in their original nature are like the sky. Things separated from concatenation belong to the discrimination of the ignorant. There is another kind of no birth, which is the self-essence of things realized by the wise. Its birth is no birth, and in this no birth there is a recognition. When this entire world is regarded as concatenation, as nothing else but concatenation, then the mind gains tranquility. Ignorance, desire, karma, etc., these are the inner concatenations. A ladle, clay, a vessel, a wheel, etc., or seeds, the elements, etc., these are external concatenations. If there is any other existence born of concatenation, this goes against the law of concatenation. Those who hold this view are not established in the principles of correct reasoning. If there is an object coming to exist and yet is non-existent, by what law of causation is there the recognition of it? Things here are of mutual origination, and for this reason causation is declared. Heat, fluidity, motility, solidity, such notions are discriminated by the ignorant. There is a system of relations. No individual objects exist. Hence the denial of self-nature as constituting the realness of objects. The physician varies his treatment according to diseases, though there is no difference in the principle of healing. The difference comes from varieties of diseases. In like manner, in order to save generations of beings from their diseases of passions with which they are ill, I teach people with my doctrines, knowing the power of their senses. My doctrine does not vary, but the passions and powers are differentiated. There is just one vehicle. Auspicious is the Eightfold Path. Verse 614. The statement that a hare has no horns is made out of the reasonings concerning a jar, a garment, a crown, and a horn. Where there is no complete cause, there is no real existence. Thus you should know. There is non-existence when proof of existence is produced. Non-existence does not prove non-existence. Existence, indeed, looks for non-existence. They look for each other and are mutually conditioned. 616. If it is thought, again, that something appears depending on something else, the something else depended upon must be causeless. But there is nothing that is causeless. If it is said that there is another reality which is depended on, then this must have still another reality to depend on. This is committing the fault of non-finality. May it not end in reaching nowhere? 618. Depending on leaves, pieces of wood, etc., the magical charm is effected. In like manner, pluralities of objects depending on some other objects are manifested to the people. 619. The magical net is neither the leaves, nor the pieces of wood, nor the pebbles. It is owing to the magician that the magic scene is perceived by the people. 620. Thus, when something of magic, depending on some objects, is destroyed, dualism ceases at the moment of seeing. How will there be anything of discrimination? 621. The discriminated by discrimination exists not, and discrimination itself does not obtain. Discrimination being thus unobtainable, there is neither transmigration nor nirvana. 622. Discrimination now being unobtainable, it is not aroused. Discrimination not being aroused, how can a mind rise? Mind only then is not tenable. 623. When thought is divided into many, the teaching lacks in validity, and owing to the absence of validity, there is no emancipation, nor is there multitudinousness of objects. 624. There is no such objective world as is discriminated by the ignorant. When the mind goes astray on account of habit energy, it manifests itself like images. 625. All things are unborn and have nothing to do with being and non-being. All is nothing but mind and is delivered from discrimination. 626. For the ignorant, things are said to be causal, but not for the wise. When the self-nature of mind is liberated, it becomes pure, where the wise have their abode. 627. Thus, the Samkhya, the Vaiseshika, the naked philosophers, the Brahmin theologians, followers of Siva, cherishing views based on being and non-being, are destitute of the truth of solitude. 628. Having no self-nature, being unborn, being empty, being like Maya, being free from defilements, to whom is this taught by the Buddhas as well as by yourself? 629. For the sake of the yogins who are pure in mind, spiritual discipline or yoga is taught by the Buddhas who are free from theories and speculations, and such is also proclaimed by me. 630. If all this is the mind, where does the world stand? Why are men seen coming and going on earth? 631. As a bird moves in the air according to its fancy, without abiding anywhere, without depending on anything, as if moving on earth, so people with all their discrimination move along, walk about in the mind itself like a bird moving in the air. 633. Tell me how something looking like body, property, and abode rises from the mind. How does appearance take its rise? Why is mind only? Pray, tell me. 634. Body, property, and abode are appearances, and their rise is due to habit energy. Appearances are born of irrationality. Their rise is due to discrimination. 635. Objectivity discriminated makes the world. A mind takes its rise from recognizing objectivity. When it is clearly perceived that what is seen of the mind itself, discrimination ceases. 636. When discrimination is seen as to its true nature, it is noticed that name and sense are to be disjoined. Then both knowledge and knower will be discarded, and one is released of the samskrita. 637. To abandon both name and sense, this is the way of all the Buddhas. Those who wish to get enlightened in any other way will not attain enlightenment for themselves, nor for others. 638, from chapter 6, verse 5. The 5 dharmas, the svabhavas, the 8 vijnanas, and the twofold egolessness, they are all embraced in the Mahayana. 639. When the world is seen detached from knowledge and knowability, there is no meaning to it, and discrimination ceases to go forth. 640. By seeing into the nature of mind, there is the cessation of discrimination as regards works and words. By not seeing into the true nature of self-mind, discrimination evolves. 641. 4 of the skandhas are formless. They cannot be numbered. The elements differ from one another. How can they produce such pluralities of forms or rupa? 642. When the notion of individuality is abandoned, we have no elements, primary and secondary. If we say that form is produced by other qualities, why not by the skandhas? 643. When one is emancipated from the ayatanas and skandhas, seeing them as free of individual signs, then the mind is liberated because of seeing the egolessness of things. Verse 644. From the differentiation of an objective world and the senses, the vijnana is set in motion in 8 ways. Thus, the aspects of self-nature are 3, but when imagelessness obtains, they all cease. 645. When dualism is cherished, the alaya sets up in the manas the consciousness of an ego and its belongings, and the vijnanas. When this is penetratingly perceived, they all subside. 646. When the immovable is seen, oneness and otherness being discarded, then there will be no more discriminating of the 2, ego and its belongings. 647. Nothing evolving, there is no growth, nor is there any cause to set the vijnanas in action. Work and cause being removed, there is cessation and nothing is aroused. 648. Pray, tell me the why of discrimination, of mind only, and of the world. Why the world is said to be disjoined from causes, discarding qualified and qualifying. 649. The mind is seen as manifold when visible forms are discriminated, as it is not clearly perceived that what is seen is of the mind. There is something other than the mind, because the dualism of a mind and an external world is clung to. 650. When the world is not understood with intelligence, there is nihilism. But the mind being asserted, how is it that this does not give rise to realism? 651. Discrimination is neither existent nor non-existent. Therefore, realism does not arise. As it is clearly understood that what is seen is of mind only, no discrimination is set to work. 652. Discrimination not arising, there is a turning back, or paravritti, and there is no dependence on anything. When things are regarded as subject to causation, the fourfold proposition obstructs the way of truth. 653. Different expressions are distinguished, but none is verifiable. In all these there is unnecessary implication which rises from the notion of a primary causal agency. 654. By maintaining the combination of causes and conditions, a primary causal agency is warded off. When a chain of causes is held to be impermanent, the fault of permanency is avoided. 655. There is neither birth nor destruction where the ignorance see impermanency. Nothing is ever destroyed. What is seen as real is due to the idea of a causal agency. How is the unseen born? By what does the impermanent world come into existence? 656. From the second line only, chapter 3, verse 62. Beings are removed from philosophical views by transcendental knowledge or prajna and are nourished by the emancipations. 657 to 662, from chapter 3, verses 62 to 68. Beings are subdued by the reception and are brought into subjection by moral precepts or sila. They are removed from philosophical views by transcendental knowledge or prajna and are nourished by the emancipations. All that is taught by the philosophers to no purpose is materialism. Where the realistic view of cause and effect is cherished, there is no self-realization. I teach to my group of disciples one self-realization which has nothing to do with cause and effect, being free from materialism. There is nothing but that which is seen of the mind itself. The duality, too, is of the mind. While existence is observed as divided into the grasp and grasping, it has nothing to do with eternalism or nihilism. As long as mentation goes on, there is materialism. When there is no rising of discrimination, the world is seen as of mind itself. Coming means the originating of the objective world as effect, and going is the not seeing of the effect. When one thoroughly understands the coming and going, discrimination ceases. Eternity and non-eternity, the made and not made, this world and that world, all these and other ideas belong to materialism. Verse 663. The gods, the asuras, mankind, the animals, hungry ghosts, and Yama's abode, these 6 paths of existence are enumerated where sentient beings are born. 664. According to one's karma, be it superior, inferior, or middling, one is born in these 6 paths. Guarding all that is good, one will attain an excellent emancipation. 665. The company of the bhikshus is taught by you that there is birth and death at every moment. Pray, tell me its meaning. 666. As one forms changes into another, so is the mind born and broken up. Thence I tell my disciples how uninterruptedly and momentarily birth and death takes place. 667. In like manner, discrimination also rises and disappears with every single form. Where there is discrimination, there are living beings. Outside of it, there are no living beings. 668. At every moment, there is a disjunction. This is called causation. When one is liberated from the notion of form or rupa, there is neither birth nor death. 669. When dualism is upheld, there rise causation-born and no causation-born, ignorance and suchness, etc. Not to be dualistic is suchness. 670. When causation-born and no causation-born are distinguished, things are differentiated. There are permanency, etc. There are effect, cause, and causation. 671. As long as the notion of cause and effect is upheld, there is no difference between the philosophers. This is your teaching, as well as that of other Buddhas. Oh, Mahamuni, such are not the wise ones. 672. Within the body, measuring one's dhyana, there is a world, the cause of its rising, the attaining of cessation, and the path. This I teach to sons of the victor. 673. By clinging to the 3 svabhavas, perceived or grasped and perceiving or grasping are manifested. The simple-minded discriminate objects as belonging to the world and to the superworld. 674. From the viewpoint of relativity, the notion of svabhava has been upheld. But in order to ward off one-sided views, the svabhava is not to be discriminated. 675. As faults and defects are sought, the principle is not established, nor is the mind properly set to work. This is due to the rising of dualistic notions. Non-duality is suchness. 676. If one should think that the vijnana, etc., are originated by ignorance, desire, and karma, this is wrong, for the fault of non-finality is committed. This being committed, the rise of the world becomes impossible. 677. The fourfold destruction of things is told by the unenlightened. Discrimination is said to rise in 2 ways. In fact, there is no existence, no non-existence. When one is released from the fourfold proposition, one abandons dualism. 678. Discrimination may arise in 2 ways, but when it is seen in its true nature, it will never rise again. For in all things not being born, there is the awakening of intelligence. But where there is the birth of things, this is owing to discrimination. Let one not discriminate. Verse 679. Pray tell me, O Lord, about the truth in order to check dualistic views, so that I and others may not cherish the dualism of being and non-being. 680. And thus we may keep ourselves away from the philosophers' teachings and also from the Shravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas. For it behooves the Bodhisattvas not to lose the life of enlightenment as realized by the Buddhas. 681. To be delivered from the notion of cause and no cause, not to be born and being one, these are synonyms. The ignorant are bewildered by them, but the wise always rise above them. 682. All things appear like a cloud, a multitude of clouds, a rainbow. They are like a vision, a hairnet, Maya, etc. They are born of self-discrimination. And yet the philosophers discriminate the world as born of a self-creating agency. 683. Not being born, suchness, reality, limit, and emptiness. These are other names for form or rupa. One should not imagine it to mean a nothing. 684. In the world, another name of hand is Kara. Indra is also called Sakra and Puradara. In the same way, there are many synonyms for this existence, and one should not imagine it to mean a nothing. 685. Emptiness is no other than form, so is no birth. One should not imagine anything different from this. If one does, faulty views will follow. 686. Because of objective appearances being asserted, there is general discrimination, or samkalpa, and particular discrimination, or vyakalpa. Because of imagination, or parikalpa, there are long and short, square and round, etc. 687. General discrimination belongs to the citta, imagination to the manas, and particular discrimination to the manovijnana. But reality is neither the qualified nor the qualifying. 688. What is regarded by the philosophers as unborn is my own teaching wrongly viewed, and the latter is imagined to be indistinguishable from theirs, but this is submitting a faulty argument. 689. Those who have acquired the knowledge of proper reasoning by making use of the idea of no birth and its meaning are said to have an understanding of my doctrine. 690. In order to crush the philosophical views, not being born is said to mean not having any abode. Knowing what dualism means, I teach the doctrine of no birth. Verse 691. Are all things to be regarded as unborn or not? Pray tell, O Mahamuni. The doctrine of causelessness, no birth, the rising of existence, all these are held by the philosophers. 692. I teach mind only, which is removed from the dualism of being and non-being. One should discard the view of birth and no birth, which causes various philosophical theories. 693. In the doctrine of causelessness, of no birth, of birth, the notion of a causal agency is involved, on which they depend. Effortless deeds come from nothingness, and deeds as ordinarily performed are mixed with motives. 694. Tell me the right view that goes with skillful means, original vows, etc. How does the society of the holy ones come into existence when all things are not? 695. By separating oneself from the dualism of perceived and perceiving, there is neither evolution nor cessation. The mind is born as views are cherished as regards one existence or another. 696. Things are said to be unborn. How is this? Pray, tell me. Sentient beings do not understand it, so it ought to be explained. 697. Pray, explain to me, O Mahamuni, all the contradictions involved in the statements made before and after, to escape the errors of the philosophers and to be released from the perverted theory of causation. 698. Pray, Tell me, O most excellent of teachers, regarding cessation and coming back into existence, in order to be released from being and non-being, and yet not to destroy cause and effect. 699. Pray, tell me, as to the graded succession of the stages, O lotus-eyed one, for the world cherishes dualism and is bewildered with wrong views. 700. For, on account of the wrong views concerning birth, no birth, etc., the cause of serenity is not recognized. There is no society of the holy ones for me, and I have no chance to discourse on the nature of being. 701. There is error where dualism is maintained, but the Buddhas are thoroughly free from dualism. All things are empty, momentary, have no self-nature, and have never been born. 702. Discriminations are carried on by those who are enveloped by evil theories and doctrines, but not by the Tathagatas. Pray, tell me about the rise and cessation of discrimination. 703. Accumulated by false reasonings, there is a combination of varieties of appearances and vijnanas, whereby each vijnana takes in an objective field according to its class. 704. Recognizing external forms, discrimination is set in motion. As this is understood and the meaning of reality is seen as it is, the mind conforms itself to the nature of the wise and is no more set in motion. 705. The elements being rejected, there is no birth of things. But as the elements, as appearances, are always the mind, one understands what is meant by no birth. 706. Do not discriminate discrimination. The wise are those who are free from discrimination. When discrimination is carried on, there is dualism, which does not lead to nirvana. 707. By the statement of no birth, Maya is seen and destroyed. When Maya is made to be born of no causation, this injures the truth of the statement. 708. The mind is to be regarded as a reflected image originating in the beginningless past. It is something of reality, but not reality itself. One should realize it truly as it is in itself. 709. The nature of birth or existence is like an image appearing in a mirror, which, while it is devoid of oneness and otherness, is not altogether non-existent. 710. Like the Gandharva city, Maya, etc., which appear depending upon causes and conditions, the birth of all things is not no birth in a relative sense. 711. It is on account of general usage that a dualistic discrimination is set up as regards persons and things, but this is not clearly understood by the ignorant, so that the thought of an ego soul and individual objects is cherished. 712. There are 5 classes of Shravakas. The Shravakas, that is, hearers generally, those who are attached to the doctrine of causation, those who are arhats, those who are dependent upon their own power, and those who are dependent upon the power of the Buddha. 713. Time interruption, destruction, the highest reality, and mutuality, these 4 are imagined as involved in the idea of impermanency by the ignorant who are not endowed with intelligence. 714. The ignorant, addicted to dualism, cherish such thoughts as dualities, atoms, and primary cause, and fail to understand the means of emancipation because they adhere to the alternatives of being and non-being. Verse 715, from chapter 6, verse 3. As the ignorant grasp the fingertip and not the moon, so those who cling to the letter know not my truth. Verse 716. The primary elements are of different qualities, and how can they produce this world of matter or rupa? Each of the elements has its own seat. What are regarded as secondary elements are not made by them. 717. Fire burns matter, or rupa. The nature of water is to wet. The wind scatters matter. How can matter be produced by the elements when they are of such contradictory natures? 718. The rupa skanda, or matter, and the vijnana skandhas. There are these 2 skandhas, and not 5. They are different names for the skandhas. Of this I have talked in 100 ways. 719. By the separation of mind from what belongs to it, the present world evolves. Various forms of matter are inseparably joined with one another. Matter is mind-made and is not element-made. 720. Blue, etc., are to be referred to as white, and white to blue. Cause and effect being produced in the same mutual way, both being and non-being are emptiness. 721. Effect and effecting and affected, cold and heat, qualified and qualifying, such like and all other things are not to be explained away by theories. 722. The citta, manas, and the 6 vijnanas are by nature united and removed from oneness and otherness. They are revolved from the alaya. 723. The Samkhya and the Vaishika followers, the naked philosophers, and the advocates of Ishvara, the Creator, are addicted to the dualism of being and non-being, and do not know what solitary reality is. 724. Varieties of forms and figures are not produced by the primary elements, but the philosophers declare them to originate from the elements primary and secondary. 725. As the philosophers imagine causes other than the unborn, they do not understand, and because of stupidity they uphold the dualism of being and non-being. 726. There is a truth, or tattva, characterized by purity. It is united with citta, but disunited with the manas, etc. It abides with knowledge. 727. If karma is form, or rupa, it will be the cause of the skandhas and the objective world. Beings without attachment will not be abiding even in the world of formlessness. 728. That egolessness is the true doctrine follows from the non-existence of beings. The advocate of non-ego is a destroyer, causing even the cessation of the vijnana. 729. There are 4 abodes of it. How does it rise from the non-existence of form? As there is nothing existent, innerly or outwardly, no vijnanas arise. 730. The theorizers wish to see the skandhas in the middle existence. Likewise, they wish a being born in the world of formlessness is of no form. What else is there? 731. If one says that emancipation is attained without exerting oneself, as there are no beings, no vijnanas, this is, no doubt, a philosopher's theory. The theorizers do not understand. 732. If form is to be found in the world of formlessness, it is not visible. Its non-existence contradicts the truth. There is neither a vehicle nor a driver. 733. The vijnana, born of habit energy, is united with the senses. There are 8 kinds of it. They do not grasp one field all at once. 734. When form is not evolved, the senses are not the senses. Therefore, the Blessed One declares that the senses, etc., are characterized with momentariness. Verse 715, from chapter 6, verse 3. As the ignorant grasp the fingertip and not the moon, so those who cling to the letter know not my truth. Verse 716. The primary elements are of different qualities, and how can they produce this world of matter, or rupa? Each of the elements has its own seat. What are regarded as secondary elements are not made by them. 717. Fire burns matter, or rupa. The nature of water is to wet. The wind scatters matter. How can matter be produced by the elements when they are of such contradictory natures? 718. The Rupa skandha, or matter, and the Vijnana skandhas. There are these 2 skandhas, and not 5. They are different names for the skandhas. Of this I have talked in 100 ways. 719. By the separation of mind from what belongs to it, the present world evolves. Various forms of matter are inseparably joined with one another. Matter is mind-made and is not element-made. 720. Blue, etc., are to be referred to as white, and white to blue. Cause and effect being produced in the same mutual way, both being and non-being are emptiness. 721. Effect and effecting and affected, cold and heat, qualified and qualifying, such like and all other things are not to be explained away by theories. 722. The Citta, Manas, and the 6 Vijnanas are by nature united and removed from oneness and otherness. They are revolved from the alaya. 723. The Samkhya and the Vaishika followers, the naked philosophers, and the advocates of Ishvara, the Creator, are addicted to the dualism of being and non-being, and do not know what solitary reality is. 724. Varieties of forms and figures are not produced by the primary elements, but the philosophers declare them to originate from the elements primary and secondary. 725. As the philosophers imagine causes other than the unborn, they do not understand, and because of stupidity they uphold the dualism of being and non-being. 726. There is a truth, or tattva, characterized by purity. It is united with citta, but disunited with the manas, etc. It abides with knowledge. 727. If karma is form or rupa, it will be the cause of the skandhas and the objective world. Beings without attachment will not be abiding even in the world of formlessness. 728. That egolessness is the true doctrine follows from the non-existence of beings. The advocate of non-ego is a destroyer, causing even the cessation of the Vijnana. 729. There are 4 abodes of it. How does it rise from the non-existence of form? As there is nothing existent, innerly or outwardly, no Vijnanas arise. 730. The theorizers wish to see the skandhas in the middle existence. Likewise, they wish a being born in the world of formlessness is of no form. What else is there? 731. If one says that emancipation is attained without exerting oneself, as there are no beings, no Vijnanas, this is, no doubt, a philosopher's theory. The theorizers do not understand. 732. If form is to be found in the world of formlessness, it is not visible. Its non-existence contradicts the truth. There is neither a vehicle nor a driver. 733. The Vijnana, born of habit energy, is united with the senses. There are 8 kinds of it. They do not grasp one field all at once. 734. When form is not evolved, the senses are not the senses. Therefore, the Blessed One declares that the senses, etc., are characterized with momentariness. Verse 748. The alaya, where the garbha or womb is stationed, is declared by the philosophers to be the seat of thought in union with the ego. But this is not the doctrine approved by the Buddhas. 749. By distinctly understanding it, that is, the doctrine, there is emancipation and insight into the truth, and purification from the passions which are abandoned by means of contemplation and insight. 750. The mind, primarily pure, is the Tathagata's garbha, which is good but is attached to as an ego soul by sentient beings. It is free from limitation and non-limitation. Verse 751. As the beautiful color of gold and gold among pebbles become visible by purification, so is the alaya among the skandhas of a being. 752. The Buddha is neither a soul nor the skandhas. He is knowledge free from evil outflows. Clearly perceiving him to be eternally serene, I take my refuge in him. 753. The mind, primarily pure, is with the secondary passions, with the manas, etc., and in union with the ego soul. This is what is taught by the best of speakers. 754. The mind is primarily pure, but the manas, etc., are other than that. Varieties of karma are accumulated by them, and thus there are the defilements giving rise to dualism. 755. The ego, primarily pure, has been defiled on account of the external passions since the beginningless past, and what has been added from outside is like a soiled garment to be washed off. 756. As when a garment is cleansed of its dirt, or when gold is removed from its impurities, they are not destroyed, but remain as they are. So is the ego freed from its defilements. 757. Imagining what a melodious sound obtains in a lute, a conch shell, or in a kettle drum, the unintelligent thus seek something of an ego soul within the skandhas. 758. As one tries to find precious stones in the treasure house, or in water, or underneath the ground, where they are invisible, so do they seek a soul in the skandhas. 759. As the unintelligent cannot take hold of a mind and what belongs to it as a group, and their functions which are connected with the skandhas, so they cannot find an ego soul in the skandhas. 760. As the womb is not visible to the woman herself who has it, so the ego soul is not visible within the skandhas to those who have no wisdom. 761. Like the essence of the medicinal herb, or like fire in the kindling, those who have no wisdom do not see the ego soul within the skandhas. 762. Trying to find permanency and emptiness in all things, the unenlightened cannot see them. So with the ego soul within the skandhas. 763. When there is no true ego soul, there are no stages, no self-mastery, no psychic faculties, no highest anointing, no excellent samadhis. 764. If a destroyer should come around and say, "If there is an ego, show it to me," a sage would declare, "Show me your own discrimination." 765. Those who hold the theory of non-ego are injurers of the Buddhist doctrines. They are given up to the dualistic views of being and non-being. They are to be ejected by the convocation of the bhikshus and are never to be spoken to. 766. The doctrine of an ego soul shines brilliantly like the rising of the world-end fire, wiping away the faults of the philosophers, burning up the forest of egolessness. 767. Molasses, sugar cane, sugar and honey, sour milk, sesame oil and ghee, each has its own taste, but one who has not tasted it will not know what it is. 768. Trying to seek in 5 ways for an ego soul in the accumulation of the skandhas, the unintelligent fail to see it, but the wise, seeing it, are liberated. 769. By means of illustrations furnished by the sciences, etc., the mind is not accurately determined. As to the meaning contained in it, how can one accurately determine it? 770. Things are differentiated, but the mind is one. This is not perceived. The theorizers imagine it to be causeless and not functioning, which is a mistake. 771. When the yogin reflects upon the mind, he does not see the mind in the mind. An insight comes forth from the perceived, that is, the world. Whence is the rising of this perceived world? Verse 772. I belong to the Katyayana family, descending from the Sudavasa. I teach the Dharma in order to lead sentient beings to the city of Nirvana. 773. This is the course of the past. I and those Tathagatas have generally disclosed the meaning of Nirvana in 3,000 of the sutras. 774. Not in the world of desire, nor in the world of no form, is Buddhahood attained. But at the Akanistha, in the world of form, one is awakened to Buddhahood by getting rid of greed. 775. The objective world is not the cause of bondage. The cause is bound up in the objective world. The passions are destroyed by knowledge, which is a sharp sword gained by discipline. 776. How is non-ego possible? How are things like Maya, etc.? How about being and non-being? If suchness reveals itself to the ignorant, how is non-ego non-existent? 777. Because of things done and of things not done, the cause is not the producer. All is unborn, and this is not clearly recognized by the ignorant. 778. The creating agencies are unborn. Both the created and the conditions of causality are unborn. Why is imagination carried on as regards creating agencies? 779. The theorizers explain a cause to consist in the simultaneity of antecedent and consequence. The birth of all things is told by means of a light, a jar, a discipline, etc. 780. The Buddhas are not Samskrita made, but are endowed with the marks of excellence. They belong to the nature of Chakravartin. The Buddhas are not so named because of these marks. 781. What characterizes the Buddhas is knowledge, or jnana. It is devoid of the defects of intellection. It is an insight attained by self-realization. It is removed from all defects. 782. The religious life is not found in those especially who are given up to the feeling of enmity. 783. The world ruler is endowed with the celestial marks and the secondary characteristics, though not manifested. They become, however, manifested in some of the homeless monks and not in anybody else. So it is declared. Verse 784. After the passing of the leader of the Sakyas, these will follow me. Vasya, Kanada, Rishabha, Kapila, and others. 785. Then, 100 years after my passing, Vasya's Bharata will appear, the Pandavas, the Kauravas, Rama, and then the Maurya. 786. The Maurya, the Nanda, the Gupta, and then the Metsha, who are bad kings. After the Metsha will rage a warfare, and then the age of vice. And after this age of vice, the good Dharma will no more prevail in the world. 787. After passing through these ages, the world will be thrown into confusion like a wheel. Fire and the sun being united, the world of desire will be consumed. 788. The heavens will again be restituted, and therein the world will take its rise, together with its four castes, kings, rishis, and the Dharma. 789. The Vedas, worship and charity will again prevail with the revival of the Dharma. By narratives, histories, prose compositions, commentaries, annotations, thus have I heard, etc., the world will again fall into confusion. 790. Preparing properly colored cloth, have it further cleaned. Have the cloth dyed with bluish mud and cow dung, making it nondescript in color, so that the body may be covered with robes in every way different from the appearance of the philosophers. 791. Let the yogin preach the doctrine, which is the badge of the Buddhas. Let him drink water filtered through a cloth and carry the hip string. In due time let him go about begging and keep away from things vile. 792. He will be born in a heaven filled with light, and the other two will appear among mankind. Decorated with precious stones, he will be born as a god and a world lord. 793. In the abode of light, he enjoys the four worlds by means of the teaching based on the Dharma. But after a long reign over the worlds, he will retrograde on account of desire. 794. Thus, there are the Golden Age, the Age of Triads, the Age of Two, and the Age of Vice. The Lion of the Sakyas will appear in the Age of Vice. I and others in the Golden Age. 795. Siddhartha of the Sakya family, Vishnu, Vasya, Mahasvara, and other philosophers will appear after my passing. 796. There will be the teaching of the Lion of the Sakyas told in the Thus I Have Heards, and that of Vasya in the narratives, So Indeed It Was, and the past events. 797. Vishnu and Mahasvara will teach about the creation of the world. Things like this will take place after my passing. 798. My mother is Vasumati. My father is the wise Prajapati. I belong to the Katyayana family, and my name is Viraja, the victor. 799. I was born in Kampa, and as my father and grandfather, being descendants of the lunar race, my family name is the Moon-protected. 800. Making vows, I shall become a homeless mendicant and teach the doctrine in 1,000 ways. Mahamate being given assurance and anointed, I shall enter into Nirvana. Verse 801. Mate will hand the doctrine over to Dharma, and Dharma to Makala. But Makala and his disciples being too weak, the doctrine will disappear at the end of the Kalpa. 802. Kashyapa, Krakuchanda, and Kanaka, who are the removers, and I, Viraja, and others, these Buddhas all belong to the Golden Age. 803. After the Golden Age, there will appear a leader by the name of Mati, who is a great hero, or Mahavira, well acquainted with the 5 forms of knowledge. 804. Not in the Age of Two, not in the Age of Triads, not in the Age of Vice, which will come after, but in the Golden Age, world teachers will appear and attain Buddhahood. 805. Without removing the marks, without cutting it into tens, have the upper garment patched with spots like the eyes of the tail of a peacock. 806. Let the space between the eyes be 2 or 3 fingers apart. If the patches are otherwise distributed, it will excite in the ignorant a desire to possess. 807. Let the yogin always keep the fire of greed under control, be bathed in the water of knowledge, and practice the triple refuge, and exert himself diligently throughout the 3 periods. 808. When an arrow, or a stone, or a piece of wood is sent forth by means of a bow or sling, one hits and another falls. So it is with good and bad. 809. The one cannot be the many, for then nowhere would diversities be seen. Let all receivers be like the wind, and donors be like the land. 810. If the one were many, all would be without a causal agency. This is the destruction of a causal agency, which is the teaching of the theorizers. 811. Their teaching will be like a lamp, like a seed, because of similitude. But where are the many? If the one becomes the many, this is the teaching of the theorizers. 812. From sesame no beans grow. Rice is not the cause of barley. Wheat does not produce corn. How can the one be the many? 813. There will be Panini, author of the Subdanetri, Akshapada, Vrihaspati. Pranetri of Lokayata will be found in Brahmagarbha. 814. Katyayana will be the author of a sutra, and Yajnavalkya will be like him. Boudica will write the astronomical works. They will appear in the age of vice. 815. Balin will appear to promote the welfare of the world, the happiness of mankind. He will be the protector of all that is good. Balin, the king, will be a great ruler. 816. Valmika, Masuraksha, Kautilya, and Asvalayana, who are highly virtuous rishis, will appear in the future. 817. Siddhartha of the Sakya family, Bhutana, Panchachudaka, Vaga Bilaratha, Medhavan will appear in the times that follow. 818. When I take my abode in the forest ground, Brahma, chief of the gods, will give me the hairy skin of a deer, a staff made of wood, a girdle, and a discus. 819. The great yogin will be called Viraja Muni, the teacher and pointer of emancipation. He is the badge of all the munis. 820. Brahma, with his retinues and many gods, will give me an antelope skin from the sky, and then the ruler will vanish. 821. When I am in the forest ground, Indra and Viryudaka and others, accompanied by the celestial beings, will give me most exquisite garments and a begging bowl. 822. Seeking for a cause in the doctrine of no birth, one may say that that which is unborn is born too, and imagine that the no-birth theory is thereby established. But this is done in words only. Verses 823 to 828, from chapter 6, verses 12 to 17. Ignorance is the cause, and there is the general rising of minds. When form is not yet born, where is the abode of the middle existence? If another mind is set in motion in an uninterrupted succession of deaths, where does it find its dependence, as form is not established in time? If mind is set in motion, somewhere, somehow, the cause is an unreal one. It is not complete. How can one know of its momentary disappearance? The attainment of the yogins, gold, and Buddha relics, and the heavenly palace of Abhasvara are indestructible by any worldly agencies. Ever abiding are the truths attained by the Buddhas and their perfect knowledge. The nature of Buddhahood as realized by them, how can there be momentariness in them? The city of the Gandharvas, Maya-like forms, how can they be otherwise than momentary? Realities are characterized with unreality, and how can they be causal agencies? Verse 829. That the mind is set in motion by ignorance which has been accumulated by thought since beginningless past, that it is bound to birth and destruction, this is the imagination of the theorizers. Verse 830. The Samkhya philosophy is twofold. There is transformation owing to primary matter. In primary matter there is action, and action is self-originating. 831. Primary matter is with all existing beings, and qualities are regarded as differentiated. Various are effects and causes. No transformation takes place. 832. As quicksilver is pure and not soiled by dirt, so is the alaya pure, being the seat of all sentient beings. 833. The onion odor of onion, the womb of a pregnant woman, the saltiness of salt, etc., does not each evolve like the seed? 834. Otherness is not otherness, so is bothness not bothness. To be is not to be attached to. There is neither non-being nor the samskrita. 835. To say that an ego is found in the skandhas is like saying that the horse nature is in the cow nature, which has nothing to do with it. We may speak of the samskrita and the asamskrita, but there is no self-nature. 836. Defiled by logic, by the traditional teachings or agama, by wrong views, by speculation, they are not able to ascertain definitely about the ego, which they say is, but it does not exist in any way other than clinging. 837. It is certainly their mistake to think that the ego is perceivable along with the skandhas by reason of oneness and otherness. The theorizers are not enlightened. 838. As an image is seen in a mirror, in water, or an eye, so is the soul in the skandhas devoid of oneness and otherness. 839. Let it be known that those who reflect and practice meditation can be released from the evil theories by training themselves in the three things: the path, the truth, and the insight. 840. As a flash of lightning is seen and unseen as the sun passes through a slit of a door, so is the transformation of all things. It is not as it is imagined by the ignorant. 841. Being confused in mind, the ignorant view nirvana as the disappearance of the existent. But since the wise see into reality as it abides in itself, they have a truer insight. 842. Transformation, which is the actual state of existence, is to be ascertained as removed from birth and destruction, devoid of existence and non-existence, released from qualified and qualifying. 843. Transformation is to be ascertained as having nothing to do with the philosophical doctrines, with names and forms, and giving an abode to views of an inner ego. 844. With the pleasant touches of the gods and the harassing of the hells, if it were not for the middle existence, no vijnanas would ever evolve. 845. It should be known that the womb-born, the egg-born, the moisture-born, and other various bodies of sentient beings are born of the middle existence and descend into the six paths of existence. 846. To say that the passions are quieted and destroyed apart from right reasoning and scriptural teaching is the view and discourse of the philosophers, which is not to be practiced by the intelligent. 847. One should first examine into the nature of an ego soul and keep oneself away from attachment. To try to go beyond without an examination is of no more worth than a barren woman's child. 848. I observe with a divine eye, which is of transcendental wisdom and is removed from the flesh. With this I observe sentient beings, the physical bodies of all living creatures, as devoid of the samskara and skandhas. 849. It is seen that beings are distinguished as ugly-colored and beautiful-colored, as emancipated and unemancipated, as heavenly and free from the samskara, and as abiding with the samskara. 850. I have the body that goes about in the six paths of existence. This does not belong to the realm of the theorizers. It goes beyond the human world and is not the possession of the theorizers. Verse 851. The ego soul is not, and the mind is born. How does this evolving come about? Is it not said that its appearance is like a river, a lamp, and a seed? 852. The vijnana not being born, there is no ignorance. Ignorance being absent, there is no vijnana. And how can succession take place? 853. The 3 divisions of time and no time, and the 5th is beyond description. This is what is known to the Buddhas only, though mentioned by the theorizers. 854. Knowledge that is the cause of the samskara is not to be described by the samskara. Knowledge that is known as the samskara seizes the samskara path. 855. That being so, this is. Causal conditions everywhere, but no causes. Because of this absence, there are no causal agencies. They are only symbolically pointed out. 856. The wind, indeed, makes fire burn, but it only incites and does not produce. Further, incited by it, the fire goes out. How can the ego of a sentient being be established? 857. The samskrita and the asamskrita are spoken of as devoid of attachment. How is fire imagined by the ignorant for the establishment of their ego? 858. Fire comes to exist in this world supported by the strength of mutuality. If it is imagined to be like fire, whence is the rising of a sentient being, that is, an ego soul? 859. By reason of the manas, etc., there is the accumulation of the skandhas and ayatanas. Non-ego is like a wealthy merchant moves on with mentation or citta. 860. These too, like the sun, are always removed from effect and cause. Fire does not establish them, and the theorizers fail to understand. 861. The mind, sentient beings, and nirvana, these are primarily pure, but defiled by faults of the beginningless past. They are not differentiated, they are like space. 862. Defiled by the bad theories of the philosophers, Hastisaya, etc., are wrapped and enveloped with the false discriminations of the manovijnana. They imagine fire, etc., are purifying. 863. Those who see reality as it is in itself will see their passions burst asunder. Leaving the forest of bad analogies behind, they reach the realm of the wise. 864. Thus, reality is imagined to be something other than itself by the differentiation of knower and known. The dull-witted do not understand it, and what is beyond description is talked about. 865. As the ignorant make a sandalwood drum by taking something else which appears like sandalwood and aloe wood, so is true knowledge to be distinguished from that of the theorizers. 866. Having eaten, he will rise, holding the bowl empty. He will have his mouth well cleansed of offensive and injurious matter. He is to conduct himself thus toward food. 867. He who reflects rationally on this truth will attain serenity of mind, accomplish the most excellent discipline, and be above imagination. He will be released from attachment and realize the highest meaning, and thus he will light up the golden path of the Dharma. Verse 868. When he who is possessed of stupidity and imagination rising from his views of being and non-being is freed from the net of bad theories tainted thereby, and from greed, vice, and anger, he is washed of the pigment and besprinkled by the Buddhas with their own hands. 869. Some philosophers are confused about the direction of truth because of their theory of causation. Others are perturbed over conditions of causality. Others who are not wise abide in nihilism because of their negation of causation and reality. 870. There are transformations maturing from the activities of the manas and the vijnanas. The manas is born of the alaya, and the vijnana comes from the manas. 871. From the alaya, all mental activities take their rise like the waves. With habit energy as cause, all things are born in accordance with conditions of causation. 872. All things, momentarily divided but bound up in a continuous chain, are taken hold of as real, while they are of mind itself. They appear in varieties of forms and characters, but are the product of manas and the I vijnana, etc. 873. Bound up by the faults of speculation, since the beginningless past, there is the growth of habit energy, which gives rise to something like an external world. It is mind which is seen as manifoldness when it is hindered by wrong philosophical theories. 874. With that as cause, and with that other as condition, the Vijnana system is evolved. When these philosophical views are born, transformations take place. 875. All things are like Maya and a dream and the Gandharva city. They appear as a mirage, as a lunar reflection in water. Be it known that it is all due to self-discrimination. 876. From the splitting up of moral conduct, there is suchness and the right knowledge dependent on it. Such samadhis of superior grade as the Maya-like, the Shurangama, etc. are attained. 877. By entering into the various stages, the psychic powers and the self-masteries, the knowledge of the Maya-likeness of existence and the will-body are obtained, and there is anointment by the Buddhas. 878. When the world is seen as quiescent, the mind ceases, and the first stage of joy is attained, and finally they will reach Buddhahood. 879. A revulsion taking place at the seat of consciousness, a man becomes like a multicolored gem. He performs deeds of beneficence for sentient beings in the same way as the moon reflects itself in water. 880. When the dualism of being and non-being is abandoned, there is neither bothness nor not-bothness. And going beyond Shravakahood and Pratyeka Buddhahood, one will even pass over the seventh stage. 881. As he goes up through the stages, his insight into the truth of self-realization will be purified at every stage, and releasing himself from externality as well as from the philosophers, he will discourse on the Mahayana. Verse 882. When there is a revulsion or paravritti from discrimination, one is removed from death and destruction. Let him discourse on the truth of the emancipated ones, which is like a hare's horns and a multicolored gem. 883. As the text is completed by reason, so is reason revealed by the text. Therefore, let there be reason and the text. Let there be no other discrimination than reason. 884. Such are the I, karma, desire, ignorance, and the yogins. Such is the manas in relation to the I consciousness and form. Such is the manas in relation to the defiled. Here ends the Mahayana Sutra called Arya Sadharma Laṅkāvatāra, together with the verses. All things are born of causation, and their cause has been told by the Tathagata, and the great Muni tells that their cessation takes place thus.